don't usually get out in the home cinema much now. I don't really care for it. I think I've been in this room for what, 4 or 5 days. I don't really care for it much now. I'd rather just go back to bed and relax. I don't care for this nonsense of home theatre, store garbage trash. I don't care for trinnovs. I don't care for anything. It's just a pack of an immaterial pack of electronics and some crap lousy sound mixing today, really. Really, the sound mixing, I think, for the last many decades has been very cheap. Could have gone many steps further, but obvious because of it's the cost. It's the real life reality sound doesn't cost a single penny. Switched up back to switch it back to normal. Might as well turn off all the rest of those amplifiers because there's no point having them turn on if I'm not going to be listening to any more rubbish, DTS X Pro rubbish or DDSX rubbish or Atmos rubbish. I've got another one. I've got another one that lined a few more lined up that are going to go because I'm pretty much done collecting Laserdisc now. So I've got a few more 4K titles that are going to get roasted and end up in the cat litter automatically. One that I think turns up maybe this Sunday. I think it turns up Sunday. Maybe Monday, and the other one turns up maybe about 18 days from now. Turns up. Not saying which titles, but they're overrated titles, and they're automatically going into the cat litter because I know they're going to sound trash. They're going to have so many sound flaws with it, and it's not going to convince me oh wow, this is immersive audio. Oh yeah, right, sure it is. Immersive spatial bullshit audio sound. Get it where you can possibly get the bullshit to get in your ears. Bullshit, and get in your ears and your brain bullshitted. I think most people with home theatres, you obviously got a load of rubbish. Rubbish sub-bass speakers. Yeah, you got that guy with 20 sub-bass speakers. Oh my goodness gracious! He just made the guy at RTJ so richer. LFE rubbish. Oh, how come there wasn't a DTS LFE 0.2 on my Storm processor? Isn't it supposed to have LFE 1, LFE 2? I think DTSX is a bit like thumbs down. It's a slow dying format that's going to die. The content that gets done with it, oh dear. I think the mixers today are really lazy. They make this equipment shit, but they're not using it to its full potential. Think about it. Think about it. It's like all the crappy Atmos for home theatre. All these crappy AVRs they make. 5.2 this for what? What the fucking point is? You either make something that does the whole thing, or you don't bother making it. It's as simple as that. Because you buy something that's big that can do it all, and if you say, "Oh yeah, my room is it can't have all these speakers," that's a load of bullshit. That is a load of tosh. You get any object in your hand, make a sound with it, and you start moving it. How many bloody loudspeakers do you think that was? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe? Huh? Depends on how big your speakers are and the size of the room, and then how many you place around the room. Plus, it takes a lot more than that. You know, oh, it was entertaining watching that guy with, what was he, renting out that trinnov, was he? I think they got a trinnov 16 channel, not that it's worth buying. Because how much is it? It's about at least either one at 8,000 or another one that's around about 14,000. Like I said before, you can go on eBay and buy yourself a fucking Dolby CP850 with an extender. I think it's called the AD3201. If it's all lucky and it works, and you don't have to buy a fucking license key from Dolby Labs to unlock the Atmos on it, because it will come from a cinema and it will probably get its memory blanked or something. But you never know. You never know until you try it. They offer 16 channel off the bat through the DB25 connector. 1,000, the cheapest, they are mostly all on eBay, 1,400 or 1,200. My goodness gracious, that's far cheaper than a trinnov. And certainly cheaper than a bloody stormaudio. Ugh. And all those other crappy anthems or whatever the crap they make, 16 channel, what? And they cost how much? Oh dear. Oh. I think a lot of you home theatre people out there, I think a lot of you are clueless about all this. You're just clueless. You just want it because you just want to show it off to your neighbour or show it off on an AVS forum. That's sadism. Really, I couldn't care less with this crap. I could just punch it. I could break that fucking storm with my fist. Because the front panel's mostly plastic. Yeah, this up here, if I press on it, I can make the screen go a little bit liquidy. All I have to do is really give it that. Ooh. Oh, fuck that screen up. I couldn't give a fuck. Doesn't bring any joy. It just brings misery into my life. Thinking, fucking hell, I thought all this immersive shit was going to be like fucking real life, but it's not. It's not even near or close. I don't fucking care to play it fucking loud anymore. Fucking what? To so that you can feel the fucking bass? Huh? Fucking load of bullshit. Bass is fucking boring. The bass is not fucking like reality, like going on a fucking bus and feeling the fucking mechanical vibration moving like this. If it's in a fucking movie atmos, it's doing that. It's not doing that. That's what you lot out there with your stupid sub bass don't even understand. Bloody home theatre, load of rubbish. I bet that movie, when I get it in a couple of weeks, when it gets released or gets mailed, I bet that's going to be a disappointing load of rubbish. I'm going to be amused with what they do with the overhead. Oh yeah, I'm going to be watching the visual, the screen, and I'll be listening, and I'm thinking, oh no, that's some bad sounding continuity there. It only takes me a short while just to notice. I mean, was the Jurassic okay that I was listening to 20 minutes ago? No, not really. It was terrible. The John Williams music score sounded crap. So it's like the same music score up on the surrounds that you hear up front or that you would hear on a compact disc. Not like taking certain chimes or harp sounds or violin, viola, whatever, percussion, whatever, and playing those instruments around the room or fitted specifically, and then at certain times artistically panning it and moving it so it flows and moves, has movement into it. That's the whole fucking idea of this immersive crap for music, isn't it? But it's just like, but if you go there in reality and listen to, you're sat in a seat or you're standing up and you're listening to an orchestra that's in front of you, and you just hear echo sound in a room. If it was outdoors in a desert, you wouldn't hear any echo. And it would have a different acoustical sound to it entirely. Fucking don't think I don't know this shit. I fucking learnt that 23 years ago at Music and Technology College. Fucking hell. Fucking movie soundtracks are fucking, honestly, some of them today are boring. See, if the public doesn't fight for something better and no more bullshit from Hollywood, then you're just going to keep getting bullshit because they'll just walk over you and just keep bullshitting you. I don't want to hear fucking stupid music on fucking Bed Lair. Fucking hell, I've heard that shit for fucking decades. We all have. We've all heard that shit for decades. It's boring. Something overhead? Fucking hell. Fucking those Skywalker sound people. Fucking hell. With that Jurassic? Fucking hell. Are they taking the piss with that? Really? Are they taking the... Is Gary Rystrom? He must have been on it. Is he taking the piss out of that? Who cares about, oh yeah, we're going to pull this sound and put it in the background. But if it doesn't sound natural in a way, then it's not going to really work. An experienced listener will notice it and will roast it. Wasting my fucking listening time. And all this bullshit about mixers in the past. Like, I was talking to this guy in Hollywood last night. I'm not saying the name. He lives in the hot, does or has had involvement with some Star Trek. But I was mentioning about why we should have blow surround, because everything else has been done. It's already been done. It's boring. There's nothing going on down here. Fuck all. Absolute fuck all going on below. And you can't say your bed layer channels are below surround channels, or they're not. You look at them on that stupid thing with when the techno dad's using that stupid Dolby renderer. Yeah, you see that renderer going down, and it goes down, and it goes down. Oh, it looks like it's going along the floor, but no, it's not, because the speakers are located halfway on the walls. Front, side, back. So that renderer is a little misleading in bullshit, because I don't see actual speakers laying out on the bloody floor itself. Otherwise, I wouldn't be fucking here right now ranting. 14 fucking years of bullshit. At least I enjoy the reality of sound. I think, gosh, you know how complicated and complex it would be. How long is a piece of string? Exactly. Oh dear. Yeah, and this guy in Hollywood, he then tried to make up an excuse. Oh yeah, there's spatial sound, and you know, we got two ears, and well, I could have said, yeah, we got two ears, and we got a very clever brain. That's way better than all this shit will ever be. I can tell you that. If you haven't got something that's going to be like really dino complex supreme, and it's going to be an absolute success. Otherwise, Dolby Atmos is not a successful format. That's why it's got people roasting it on one side and people thinking it's, oh yeah, it's brilliant. Oh yeah, I haven't got much of a brain, but it's brilliant. I give it the thumbs up. Because a lot of other people know that it's flawed. Technically, it is flawed. You can mix music and on it until you're fucking blue in the face. I couldn't care less. Try and impress me. Try and knock my socks off. I want my socks knocked off. Go on, Techno Dad, do something. Send it to me. Knock my socks off. It's got to have below surround in it. And then they're like clueless. They're like, they don't know how to do it. Just as clueless as like they, how should we use the overhead surround? I'll tell you, like I say, fucking UCI fucking cinema. Fucking Star Wars. I heard fucking Star fucking Destroyer over fucking head on day fucking 1 February 1970 fucking 8. Speakers in the fucking ceiling that were put there since 1960 fucking 9. Overhead speakers is old fucking news. Get over it, everyone. They're not Atmos speakers, for fuck's sake. Atmos is a fucking encode decoding delivery format. Fuck's sake. Get it through your thick skull. They are not fucking Atmos speakers. And what I was also surprised with this guy, like I say, no names mentioned, that he was using the bouncy. And I said, you know, you're not going to hear low frequencies on that. You might just hear some high frequency. But, you know, it's like if you get two hands, play pink noise coming from a center speaker, and you start moving them around, it's not like you do that, but they're just inches away, and the sound will reflect and ping and go to your ear, and you pick up the more top end of the speaker. Otherwise, you hear it as it is. It's kind of, and then you put it like, and it goes with a bit more top end on it. Just using your fucking hand. Talk to the hand. Because it's partly skin and reflective. Oh, I guess a lot of you out there didn't know that. Oh, yeah, it's all reflective as well. Fucking hell. So when you're doing acoustics and shit in a room, you don't need Anthony Granani. He's a bit overrated. He's only out there for your money. Greedy vampire. Just you think, how did the first person come up with all this shit? You just got to think like they, and think, well, I only need this material and this material, and that is cheap, and I could put that together, and bam, it'll do that. Of course it will. I could tie this fucking Pepsi can to a fucking elephant's tail and get it to dangle it around. There's a lot. I tell you, audio industry is absolute full of bloody blood-sucking vampire vultures, like giant cockroaches. Can't stand this fucking. I'm fucking sad and disappointed I ever got fucking involved in this shit. I used to like visual and art. Never cared for this fucking sound shit. But then I realised one day I got a knack for listening. Now I've got an even bigger knack to spotting the bullshit with this immersive crap. Oh dear. Okay, now. I tell you, the editing and the timing on that Jurassic was fucking appalling. The fucking remix, the editing was absolute appalling. When you're inside that vehicle and it sounds like you got the rain landing on top of the. But if I give that a little bit more listening, I think I'm going to scrutinise and spot some other flaws in that. Plus, with the stupid speakers overhead. So even if I'm using, 9 overhead, most people are only using 6 or maybe 2 or maybe 4. Yeah, how many are using 9 overhead? How many have got a middle overheads? Middle, yeah, one middle. But did it sound like? No, because if the rain, mostly the sounds on the audible part of the frequency would be coming from the mid-range driver and the high range, or the tweeter. And I know how many are on the ceiling, and I know what their spacing is. And does it sound like? No, because you need literally multitudes. So they're all literally like probably maybe like if you've got 2 ceilings and such, I would probably go with a HF horn. Or maybe a coaxial driver with a HF horn on it. But then, that's going to have gaps because you got the driver and then you got a little bit of spacing. And with reality, with rain coming down, I think there's also something else missing with that Jurassic shit, because raindrops keep falling on my head, coming down onto a surface. And if I would, in the movie, if I were to put my hands on that roof, on that glass, you know, that's now pulled over, yeah, if I were to put my hand on that and concentrate, I would probably feel slight vibration from the raindrops of the impact coming down onto the surface. I would feel gradual, subtle vibration. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Don't forget, it's going onto that vehicle. It's going onto the bonnet, all round that vehicle. If you get your sensors tuned up, you'd feel vibrations, very, very subtle. But when you generally move around, you just wouldn't notice it unless you start doing analysing, and then you notice the vibrations. It's like water landing on a piece of paper. You would feel the vibration. Water dripping down onto a piece of paper, hold it out tight, you'd feel the vibration. You'd feel vibration. I'm more clever than most of you home theatre people out there. But can you put all this shit together? There's no point really, because if it's not in a mix, engineered specifically, there's no fucking point to it. Because there'll be just random sounds going into it sometimes, and it wouldn't make sense. It's not like reality. Reality wins at the end of the day. Recorded sound is just an approximation, but that Jurassic was a dreadful approximation. It was atrocious. Fucking giving that an Academy Award is daylight robbery. I should have given it to a film mixed in mono that year. Fucking overrated. Don't care for that crap Jurassic anymore. Fucking crap. Fucking spatial audio. Fucking crap. Fucking home theatre. Oh dear. Oh boy. Oh yeah. I don't know why the point I was buying all these microphones. I really don't know. I had a good idea in mind, but I can't be asked to finish it. I can't be asked to get the rest of the microphones for a full 24 microphone. I can't be asked now because my life has taken a different turn. It's declining. It's not getting better. So the thing is, you'll never know when I die. It won't get announced. They'll just be like, he hasn't been around for 6 months. Oh, a year, 2 years. He must have died. Hip hip hooray. I don't give a fuck what you lot out there think. At least I'll be at peace away from this crap and all of you. The only thing I'll be carrying in my memory, in my immortal traveling memory through the universe, will be my cats. I don't give a fuck about humans. Humans are a load of rubbish. I've had human friends. Yeah. Oh, you don't need to get another cat, they say. Oh, yeah, while my other cat's feeling sick and depressed. And, oh, you're only getting another cat for selfishness. I don't need to have friends like that in my life. Believe me. People like that are not your friends. Ugh, backstabbers is all they are. They pretend they're like, but yeah, I don't need characters like that in my life. Because, wow, my cat Bear is happily feeling a cat-like again. And even though, cat behavior is very strange, very strange. I mean, Melanie she is going to be a very active cat. It's probably the breed, because you got so many breeds of cat. I've had how many times I've had well, this is my second Bombay cat. Sooty was my first Bombay long fur cat. Then I got Magic, which was adopted because I felt that Sooty needed a companion. And it took a bit of turbulence of several months, and then eventually, they got to like each other. But when you introduce cats first time, there's usually going to be a little of a cat fight. That's usually how it usually is. But then the same with people, human beings. I don't need to be fucking lectured by fucking arsehole friends that say, oh, you don't need another cat. Oh, you're getting another cat for selfishness. I don't need arseholes like that. Because human beings, could be just the same. There is no difference. So it's just patiently waiting. And Magic was a bicolour cat, or tuxedo. I love tuxedo cats. I really do. I love tuxedo. And then Bear, he's a snowshoe cat. I thought he was a grumpy ragdoll, but usually grumpy ragdolls have got a certain characteristic on their face. So he's a snowshoe. And he's long fur. He's a bit of a long fur cat. So he's a bit like Sooty. Different colour. Different personality, of course. He doesn't like being picked up much or cuddled. His kind of characteristics have changed. Sooty didn't mind being picking up and putting here, and then he'll settle down, or sometimes he'll voluntarily jump up and lay on me. Bear used to occasionally do that, but then suddenly he stopped doing it. Depends on what mood or how he's feeling. Melanie, she's a Bombay, but she's now what, 19 weeks. She's 19 weeks old now, or 19 weeks young, depending on what opinion you look at it. She's short fur, so she'll grow up big and she'll be short fur. But she's got a bit of a devilish character to her personality. Yeah. She seems a little nervous, like when reaching out to get her or hold her, and then I'll get hold her and I pet her. But she wants to be, I think I get the sense, on the go. But she's got a very, very, very peculiar habit with Bear. Yeah. When Bear's laying down on the bed, she'll lay on the bed near Bear, sucking on his nipples. I have to tell Melanie, Mel, Bear can't produce milk. And she's sucking on him like, no, like he's going to produce milk. Male cats can't do that. But she's kind of like, he's like a surrogate cat. Because I guess, I don't know, maybe the owner was selling her litter of kittens a little bit maybe too early. So I think there's usually a given time, when you take them away from the mother or something. And I think Melanie's still thinking, I sense a cat and thinking it's her mother. But, they get on, they lick each other, and yeah, and that's for my arsehole friends that said, selfish, I'm getting a cat for selfishness and I don't need another cat. Well, my poor my poor Bear was feeling sick, depressed for 8 months. 8 months. Get a new cat, bam, instant transfer. It's a pity I didn't transfer and get my heart rate beat back to normal rhythm. Pity on that. But anyway, I don't need friends. Keep them very few. Keep them over there. I don't need them. I have those other they I think they belong to each other. Not going to be their bloody amusement. That's selfishness, I think. They're probably watching this video now. Probably one of them watching it now, maybe. I don't really give a damn. When was the last time you came around to see how, if I'm feeling okay? Just because I'm doing a video, don't think for one moment I'm feeling okay. I step out, I feel fucking sick. I've got to come fucking back in. Going out, I don't feel fucking joy of it. You know what you can do with a fucking mobility scooter? You can shove it up your ass. To see fucking which one of us was on a fucking mobility before. Yeah. That's how things are. That's how things are, even in the power world. Even in the power world. Don't think I'm fucking stupid. You got people that want to stand up and do things that are going to be damn different instead of all the same crap all the time. You're going to have people around that, are bloodthirsty, warmongers, and they just want to keep carrying on doing that sort of thing because they're obviously warped in their fucking mind. Trump, oh God, he can jack off himself. He can't make up his fucking mind whether he wants war, not war, fuck what. And yet he blasts it out his fucking orange fucking mouth, doesn't he? Bomb the shit out of them. What sort of attitude? Why did people vote for a Muppet? What sort of attitude is that? That's the attitude of someone that's not mentally up there in the head. Doesn't deserve office. He only wants crave for power. Make himself greedy, stinking richer, and make a lot of you stinking poorer. And don't care what fucking, oh yeah, the troops going on the field. He doesn't give a shit about that. Otherwise, fucking get in there, dig in. Fucking hell. He doesn't seem to suffer fucking heart fibrillation. Get in there, you fucking lazy fat fuck. Dig in. Fucking hell. War is fucking disgusting. Any way you slice it. Disgusting and repulsive. Ugly. And yet you got bloodthirsty people that like all this shit for fucking movies, really. I don't really care much for it anymore. Oh, I might as well go and buy myself a multi-track system with something that's not, well, I don't know. It depends on the encoder, doesn't it? The other day I was thinking something that would, was it for equalizer or was it for something? No, it wasn't the equalizer. It was for panning sound, panning and moving it. So if anyone's got the clout, got the fucking money, yeah, I got the input, I got the fucking dreaming about this fucking thing for fucking few hours. I thought, wow, that is complex, because I don't think there is anything like that presently is existing, not even on a fucking computer. And it was multitude of spherical panning and such, and that can move around. Maybe there is something that exists. I don't know. I wouldn't know, because it would have a certain name, keyword to it, or maybe you use words, keywords, spherical or spherical panning. So things can move, and then you take certain things and then do a twist on it, and so. But rooms are like this at the end of the day, unless you design a room that's spherical. Not that Las Vegas thing. That's not a fucking sphere. If that were a fucking sphere, then it would be a complete circle, literally. It's a bit of a circle on the outside, or a sphere, or whatever you want to fuck, but it's not. Plus, it sounds crap. You don't need to go there to hear it. You only have to hear it in those videos. You think, fucking hell, that echo in that room? I don't think I want to go there. How much? A ticket? You gotta be kidding. Just to hear an echo? I could go down the fucking road to a fucking underground subway and hear, whoa, echo! For fucking free. I don't need to spend fucking money to go inside and listen to a fucking echo. Fucking idiots have gone and paid to see that crap. It's a video screen wall, that Las Vegas crap. It's a cheap knockoff of an IMAX Omnimax. If you go to an Omnimax theatre, it's got better acoustics, hasn't it? You go to a crappy sphere, it's got a fucking echo in the fucking place. Why the fuck would you want to pay to listen to an echo? See some crap, U2 crap. Tiny little fuckers right down there, or video cameras, and then you look. How much a ticket? Daylight robbery. How many millions they spent on that? Billions? Billions, yeah, billions. Billions they spent on it for an echo chamber. Way to go. Way to go, America. Maybe you should continue the space race to the moon and beyond. God. Things that could really piss you off today. Yeah, what I like reading is this story about 1996 about a cat living on the street, and she had 5 kittens, and her name was Scarlet, and how she rescued her cats when the building caught fire, and firefighters watching outside with amazement how this cat would just go in fearlessly. You won't get many human beings do that. Very few, far between would you get human beings ever doing that without any fire equipment gear and then just suddenly rushing in to save someone's life. Wow, a cat, that dude, and then she got her ears blistered and bits of her fur, and then one of her kittens passed away because of the severe burns, and then 4 kittens lived, and Scarlet lived for many years on with someone that took her in. Oh yeah, that's courageous. That's absolute courageousness, and no fear, no fear. I wonder if my cats would do anything like that. Because maybe it's 1 in a million or so cats that may do that sort of thing. Maybe say, well, maybe 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000, maybe human beings that will run in thinking, crikey, we're cool, and just wait, but or just rush in, take your chances. I mean, like that guy, Chris Arsenault, the Happy Cat Sanctuary, rushed in, tried to save all his cats, and then never came out again. That's a sad story. Someone that is a little bit above everyone else. Most would just stand there and, what's wrong with most people today? Fucking hell. Got fucking hose pipes, fucking buckets around, and why ain't people fucking filling buckets up and throwing water over something, until the firefighters turn up? Why do buildings burn down or go up like a Roman bloody candle in a matter of less than a few hours in London? With poor bloody standards to the building, and not even a fucking water sprinkler suppression system in the building. That's criminal, that is. Not to have there's no water sprinklers in this building. Yeah, they do bloody, and there's all this bullshit. Bloody blah blah, you get bullshit from the council, bullshit. I bet if I went down to the fucking town hall and fucking looked around on the scene to see if they got any water suppression system. Or maybe if they haven't, they probably most likely got fire extinguishers located and fitted on walls or sat on the floor. There's not even water fucking fucking extinguishers there. I've got a fire extinguisher myself in case. Fire extinguishers don't cost much. If you want it to have something that you think you could put out the before it can do, takes memories away. That's all the fire does. Is it'll either it'll either grab you, take you with it, or you get out of it. But there's memories inside that get taken away. Visual memory images and such, or whatever. That's sentimental to anyone. Yeah, I think there's so many types of fire extinguisher you can get hold of. One that's like a bomb. You throw it into the fire and it goes boom, and it just sucks in it starves the fire of oxygen. That's a pretty good one. I think I might get one of those. I think every home should have one. Because you don't know whether or not you're going to have an electrical fire or if your refrigerator is going to go kaboom, which again is probably 1 in a million chances of it happening, because they're not very frequently talked about, very rare, but they can because of the gases inside the damn things. And of course, if you've got a gas leak or something, we all know, never turn a light switch on, and certainly don't light a match. Yeah. That shit you get in these movies where they throw these, you see these things going kaboom and all that. Everything's always kaboom over the fucking screen channel. Kaboom around the surrounds, maybe overhead. It's pretty boring, actually. It's not like kaboom right there in the middle. But you don't want a kaboom in the middle because it would be so sudden, so loud, and that would be the bloody last sound you'd ever hear. So people bragging about their fucking, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less about that guy with his stupid 150D. Because, I listen to other people talk about sensible things like sub bass levels, and even when it's up at 100 dB, that is bloody loud. And sometimes 90 dB can be pretty loud. 150? That's going to wreck your hearing. It's going to damage your ears. That's play a stupid game and you're going to win a stupid prize. Not to mention that poor guy's got heart issues like myself. Is it possible? Well, likely those infrasonics or bass frequencies could be doing more damage to his health. And he's only there for the ego. He's a bit younger than me, and he's a bit more. That's probably why he's been less on YouTube recently. That guy. I've had an operation, so I might feel like I need an operation because it's obvious my heart has failed, and it's going like that when it should be going boom 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 boom, but it's going boom 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 boom. It's going like that, but it's a little bit stable because of the medication. But I know maybe I need something like a pacemaker. And maybe there'll be some other solution. Yeah, people got this thing with home theatres and this sub bass and this ego, and I was watching that stupid Shane Lee video with like, oh yeah, this bloody Godzilla, bloody low frequency. Oh yeah, dynamic. Oh yeah, blah 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 blah. Okay, now it's not like my JBLs won't be able to do that. I don't need these other overrated sub bass speakers. Crikey, because when you look at the scale reading on a Spectrum Lab, and you can see what its scale range is. The scale range can go down to about 1 hertz, up to a little over 120 actually. I've seen it go up to 150. So it's not like it's totally stopping. If it were, then it would just totally stop like a brick wall at 120. It wouldn't go any further. But I'm seeing it going a bit further up to 150. But so what? Everybody thinks LFE's a fucking magic fucking thing for your fucking home theater. It's over fucking rated. Seriously. It's just doing sub bass like that. It's not doing it like that. How many LFEs would you need? Exactly. You need a fucking lot of them. Oh no, there we go. All the ego people out there. Oh, they want bloody 150, 180 bloody dB SPL on the bloody subs, for fuck's sakes. They want it to sound like the fucking volcano fucking actually erupted in their fucking home. Not quite possible. Because you've got to think about the mouth opening on that volcano, which is fucking wide. You know, your home will fit inside it. Fucking hell, so some people. I used to be like with the ego, with the fucking home, with the sub. I got off my fucking horse. I couldn't fucking care less about that shit anymore. Got sub bass speakers near to your seating. Yeah, get a little bit more, because really, you should feel all that bass literally on the word go. So it's like, okay, if you generate a sine wave frequency, low frequency, you should literally feel it, boom, depending on how you got it designed into the room. If the speakers are just over there and all that, you put a sine wave through it, you measure it on a voltmeter, you look at how many volts that are going into that bloody thing, yeah, measure it, you've got all the microphones and measuring it, and you realise you're only hearing it, you're not really feeling it. You go up to it, you put your hand on the cone, you feel it, because you are coupled with it, so you feel it. So the moment you play that sine wave, you instantly feel it, and then you see what level voltage it is. And people saying, I got my sub hot this, hot that. What the fuck are you people out there talking about? You haven't got a clue. Have you measured it, everything on the equipment that you're using, from the processor to whatever else there is to the amplifier? Have you measured all that shit? No, doubtful. You ain't got a clue what you're talking about. Oh, it's 20 fucking. How many watts does a bloody amplifier put? Bloody hell. And you want it at how many watts? That's going to be deafening. Idiots. Unnatural. You gotta think how the fuck this fucking single fucking overrated LFE1 to fucking literally, so it doesn't matter where the fuck you are in the room. The moment it's generating a sign and you feel like, whoa, what the heck is that? That's what you should be feeling. Whoa. And then it gets a little bit more intensified as you turn in the level up, the voltage level going up to the amplifier and such. How much amplifier power, ampage that damn thing can produce without breaking down, distorting. How can you do all that sine wave shit without producing a load of random harmonic frequencies? Anything's going to have harmonic eventually, but what was that bloody fucking video? I couldn't fucking. I really couldn't care fucking. Oh, fucking that fucking overrated fucking movie. What is it? Fucking Edge of Tomorrow. That fucking crap is overrated. But that stupid opening. I might as well play. I might as well play multi-tones on the on the Room EQ Wizard on the generator. Fucking boring, because that's what it sounds like. And most people think it's in the sub bass. No, it's not. It's in the center channel and in the LFE. Providing your center, the little dinky center channel can do that low frequency. Yeah, you want to play it like a bloody cinema, huh? You people out there, really. Fucking hilarious. It really is hilarious. Ugh. Dolby joke, Moss. Yeah, it's a joke. Really is. Dolby hysterically bloody. Bloody hell. It's just. Fuck yeah. God, look at the snobbery. Unbelievable snobbery on YouTube with all this. You think there's bloody a community with? I'm not in with this, but for a bloody community, I'm out of it. Fucking couldn't care less. But fucking hell, look at this crap I'm reading today. YouTube is like a cesspool advertisement. Really is. Look at these crappy little. Look at this crappy video here with these crappy little bloody speakers. Look at this crap. Oh, and I can't stand that fucking fucking thing intro fucking thing there. What the fuck is that? And you get fucking plastered with fucking advertisement. Fucking hell. Look at this crap. Look at these fucking crap fucking speakers. Speakers for 2025. Really. Really. I don't need to watch any more of that fucking shit. You know, there's nothing wrong with speakers from the 1980s, a JBL Cinema Professional. That's what a lot of you lot out there don't even understand. Film soundtracks. Oh yeah, what are they mixed on? What are they monitored on? 9 times out of 10, JBL. So it's like what George Lucas, and I thought you all lot out there were George Lucas followers and the following of the fucking Force and all that shit. So what we mix here, we hear there. That's what George Lucas's philosophy of THX was. So what they mix there on the dub stage and then they play it back at the THX cinemas should be the same. Hmm. 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 Kinda the same. But there is a difference between, say, like you see the same film a few times, or maybe you saw it once. You see it at one cinema, and then you keep hearing about this THX bloody thing. You go and see, oh, it's the same film. Oh, bloody hell. I didn't notice all that I'm feeling at the other cinema. But like I say, we don't feel sound pressing against our fucking bodies. It doesn't happen in reality. Although only certain things will allow for it to happen. But generally, you sat outside, you're listening to all this sound and vehicles moving around. It doesn't press against your body. Not unless, of course, you've got a large sheet of cardboard and you're holding it against your chest where it would act as a diaphragm, and then you feel the vibration. It's the same with go down a street. You got all this traffic moving around. Put your hand on a window, a shop window. You feel the vibration because it's acting as a diaphragm. I guess you lot out there didn't know that. I mean, you hear all this stupid sound effects in movies. Fucking hell. You gotta like think, maybe I should play this at a little bit lesser level so it sounds acoustically realistic. And then, how do I do? But then, if you get other sound effects going on, it's like, well, I should be feeling that. Huh. See, that's where they got this whole fucking Atmos system completely fucked up. It's a complete fuck up. It's a fuck up on the dub stage. Basically, it's a fuck up at Dolby Labs. They haven't even put all that into their all that thinking. They jump in the gun, and then they horse feed shit down our mouths or into our ears. Oh, I don't care for fucking movie. I fucking hope these fucking movies fucking fade out and frizzle along with cinema. I don't care for it anymore. That's why I don't go to cinema anymore. Oh, what is this Sonus crap? See? I can't stand these fucking videos on YouTube. I really can't. These stupid thumbnails. Really. These stupid thumbnails where people got their mouths open like they fucking need to be fed. I find it gross. Disgustingly repulsifying. And all this fucking shit as well with these fucking tarts. What's all this shit? LG, these are just clickbait fucking videos. You can fucking tell. You can tell by looking at the fucking running time on it and the fucking... And then you just put your mouse over the fucking thing and you see shit like that. So you don't need to fucking watch it. Fucking useless bullshit fucking advertisement is what fucking YouTube has become. I hope it's an advertisement for whatever. But for home theatre, fucking cesspool. Fucking years ago, there used to be decent stuff. Now it's crap. You got that crappy youth man. Yeah, bloody hell. He's got more in common with bloody Satanism than he does with Christianity. Yeah, right. I'm sure I'm reading the Bible. And then he brings religion into a bloody... Oh, cool. We got enough of this crap with war, politics and religion going on. We don't need this crap in... What, he's going to make his home theatre biblical? Ugh. Oh, and he buys himself a crappy Trinnov as well. A Trinnov 16. How much did that cost him brand new? 16, 18 grand? Fucking hell, he's making that money off of YouTubers. Shame. Oh, look at this. He's got more of this Jurassic crap. Got Jurassic Trilogy. I'm not interested in crap like that. Thank you very much. Not interested. So what the fuck am I going to do with that Jurassic? I mean, it's just going to go into the room on the fucking shelf, and it's going to gather dust, and it's not going to get fucking played again. Seriously, if if anything would get played again, it may rarely now be, very rarely, the DTS THX Laserdisc. Oh, bugger. I didn't even test out the LFE on that fucking crap to see what the, yeah, I could put it back in the player and put it in this video. Just see what the, see what it shows up on the Spectrum Lab. Because I'm aware of what the DTS Laserdisc looks like on the Spectrum Lab. I'm aware of what the one of the DVDs, not sure if it's the Region 2 or Region 1. I think they were pretty similar. I know what the frequency response on that looks like, but I haven't checked that one to see what that frequency response looks like. Like, who cares if the fucking, I couldn't care if it fucking goes down to 1 fucking hertz. Because I'll tell you, you wouldn't really pressurize and all this. When people talk about all this pressurization shit with sub bass, I think most haven't got a fucking clue what they're talking about. Probably because they've not played with sine wave generator without playing it stupid loud, like that guy with the 33-inch sub bass in his videos where he's playing it too loud. And guess what? His crappy sub bass speakers are making a load of noise because the microphone's clearly picking it up, because he's overdoing it, because he's showing off. The driver doing all that shit. It should be going a lot slower. Because if you were infrasonic and pushing very gently, it would almost have hardly any movement, down to a very low frequency digit number. If you amplify it, I think you got more chances of listening to your own body and feeling the pressure and what it feels like. And then you got your crappy overrated sub bass speakers, especially with that guy that liked to fake his videos in the past with blur vibration. Shame on you. Oh, 33-inch sub bass subwoofer. There he is. Oh my goodness gracious, what a sad person. Yeah. Just because you got something big and large, okay, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get great sub bass. You're only going to get great sub bass frequencies at certain, because of the way the room is not designed in the same manner as an auditorium. Auditoriums are usually, well, some of the classic ones will be very wide at the back, and then they've got this angle shape. And then plus you got the ceiling. So it's narrower at the back and it's very steep at the front. That's for a reason, to control that frequency, the lows. That's there for a reason. Our homes were not designed like that way. They're too small. If you try and do anything like that, your back row, you're going to be crouching down when you stand up because you're going to be too close to the ceiling. But that's how it is. That's the principle. You don't need all this shitty fucking crappy Dirac arc crap or this crappy trinnov bass waveform. Otherwise, figure it. Why do cinemas use only so many subs? One, they need so many sometimes depending on the size of the auditorium, because you're going to lose efficiency and you need to double the efficiency. But it still has to govern by the same rules so that the subs never over compete with the other stage channels, because those stage channels should be more ample enough to put out enough bloody bass that most people with their home theaters could care for. So that other video that I saw, I can't remember which one it is on YouTube, where oh yeah, I remember now, it's the second-hand guy. Our home theatre is better than commercial cinemas. It can be yes or no. It depends on the playback presentation. Sometimes it could be lousy in sometimes lousy in a cinema auditorium. They got all this fancy gear set up, but they haven't put enough extra into it to make it like, fucking hell, I don't think I could get my room to be anything like this. Because one, you don't have the same size, or you don't have the same room. It's smaller, yeah, but then you can do other things, you know. You can do other things that maybe the cinema can't do, or maybe the cinema won't do, because they're following this bullshit director mixers intended bullshitness. And if you keep following that bullshit, then you'll just keep ending up with the same shit all the time. You don't bend the rules and change it. But no, this guy, bloody hell, come on, please. Where's his latest one where it's bloody making a load of noise and it's just like, embarrassing? Because he's not using a room EQ wizard with the sound generator, I don't think. And he's probably not got a voltmeter on it. You know, you put a voltmeter on it, you see what the levels look like. You got the other test equipment, you see what it looks like on the RTA analyzer, etc., etc. You measure it acoustically, etc., etc. These people with their stupid car hi-fi, they just want bloody your hair blowing around and shit and distorted bass sound. And risking damaging your hearing, which is not clever. Stupid. I think it's this video, yeah. Yeah, mute that, or have it going through the OLED speaker. Don't want to put it through the because there's no. Well, actually, I might. Oh no. Let me go and turn on the what's it? Oh, fucking hell. See, this guy's got other fancy equipment, but hasn't got too much fancy equipment, which is not really expensive to buy, you know. You don't have to go out and go audio science review and buy yourself an AP audio precision device. Bloody hell, is sub bass doing? You know, really. Oh, I'd expect that sort of thing to make the fucking whole bloody house break apart. Really. Oh, really? Please. Not even near or close. Not even close to a category F1 bloody tornado. Oh, yeah, it's connected. I'll just check it on the computer. Just check it on the computer. It's connected. Shall I use? Well, I'll use a little bit of both. I'll first check on the REW. See if that's connected. Oh yeah, and then when switching, and make sure I switch over the USB microphone over to line input. Good thinking, Batman. Oh, good. Oh, Robin in it. Yeah. Good thinking, Robin. Oh yeah, I've got to set that. Otherwise, I don't really need to use the what's it? Some jackass going down the road, backfiring the car. What a jackass you are! Moron! You're gonna scare animals, you selfish bastard. Not to mention people that don't fucking like that shit. Fucking idiots around here, really. There are some fucking idiots around here. Oh, refill that. Where do I get this fucking out? So do I want to use the SW output? So I've got to go onto the Storm processor and activate. Yeah, I know what I've got to do. I'm on what's called theatre mode for crappy immersive crap sound. I need to come out of that mode, which is there. I need to come out of that. I think it's number 9. Yeah, go to there, which is like that. It's a little bit more to that. Yeah, set that to there, and that one there. I don't know why I'm setting that one there, but okay. Come out of that and just check something on that video again.
Alright, we got my favorite track.
Yeah.
From EXO.
Right. Got the SW signal going out on the Storm there. Okay. I could have used the mix on the THX. I could have used the mix levels. I want to design another what's it in there so I don't have to generate, because how the monitor's connected on the THX with the SW, it's going onto one channel because it's on a Behringer. It doesn't matter if the low frequencies are going to this at this amplifier here or this amplifier here or that amplifier. It doesn't matter because they're identical. And I've got one line output that's connected onto the output of the speaker output, and then it goes up to the THX amplifier monitor return. I want to connect another one that's going to the processor input. So it's just a line. It's the same line, it's the same signal line, and just connect a few wires up, positive, negative. What was it? Yeah, positive. No, not positive and negative. Positive and ground. And then connect that to the onto the what's it, and yeah, this guy's room's very unstable. It's moving around. Bloody hell! What He's got a very unstable floor. So if he had an earthquake in that region, his house would definitely collapse. I mean, it looks very unstable. I'm surprised he hasn't already. Not that you would, but you know, if you put those speakers outside and then put some microphones at a very far distance to see how far the sine wave is picked up. So when you generate a sine wave and you see how long the distance of microphones, you know, you can put cable on microphones up to a mile distance, 2 miles distance. So mute that, mute that, mute that. I'll put this video on loop. Or no, that's going through the microphone on the so I've got to switch that line output on the here. There's several line inputs I've got to switch, one on the Spectrum Lab and one on the soundboard there. I've got to switch that over to line input. It's USB there. Switch it to there. Okay. I'll stop that. Restart it. Yep. No sound going through the microphone now. So anything that should be going through the just see what the crossover setting is on the see what the crossover setting is on the DCX. And just open it up a little bit. It's hard to see what is going on in this video. It's not very good. I'll probably go over to Spectrum Lab. And see.
That's 2 hertz, you guys. I don't know what 1 hertz is gonna do. Like 1 pop every 1 second. Oh, it's not even really playing. Moving a little bit. Wow. 1 hertz. I just took the system down to 2 hertz. That's pretty nice.
2 hertz. I don't seem like 2 hertz. His speakers, everything else is wobbling around. That floor he's got is very unstable. What's he got? What's he got underneath there? Is he bothered to check the floor joists or anything? There's something there. It's not stable. Maybe put a bit of rubber matting on the floor, or so, you know, these crappy little Calypso speakers. Are you kidding me? You know, these little dinky Calypso speakers. Oh my goodness! Really, that's just overkill. Because you think a big sub, you know, don't forget you're going to get room knobs and room knob frequencies, you know. It's not going to be perfect, you know, just because you think you buy something. Oh, yeah, it's the perfect sub bass. Of course it isn't. Physics, room knobs. Might as well buy cheap subs and just put an array of them all around the freaking room. and with specific crossover frequencies. Or you use the, like I say, loudspeaker management crossover, and you just design it. You go through it, which will probably take days, if not weeks. Not going to get it all done in just a matter of minutes. That's like going down to the cheapy home bloody store in America, innit, and buying one of those cheap home theaters in a box thing and then sticking it in a room. That's what Atmos looks like. Atmos looks like overrated, cheap Coca-Cola that's so mass fucking produced. All these Blu-ray 4K crappy discs or crappy kaleidoscope. Buying the same crap that they claim, they say, oh yeah, there's more lossless audio. Oh yeah, right, yeah. Oh yeah, it's a near field mix, isn't it? Why the fuck am I eating chipboard wood, bolster wood? Fucking sawdust. That's what it feels like. I can have a nice meal later on, but in the meantime, I'm going to have some fucking sawdust. They're not Pringles. They're fucking sawdust. There's fucking sawdust in there. To be honest, I fucking hate these prawn ones. Fucking hell, they're too spicy and ugh. Next time I'll get the plain original ones. I won't get the ones that are barbecue or anything fucking like that. Fucking hell. Like I say, you could buy shit like that. Get one of those grinders, you know, you get the bowl, you put these in, you grind it up into a powder. And then you can use it as a bloody garnish on your bloody meal. Fucking cheap as well, I tell you. Fucking look how many you get. Fuck's sake. That'll last a few months, that will. You get these fucking ones, these fucking little tiny fucking things. How much? They're like £5 fucking pound. One of these? I don't know. 180? £1.80? Think about it. Think about it. You wouldn't fucking know the fucking difference. It's like let's try and get to a point of this fucking stupid thing with people with their fucking ego and their home theatres, and oh, it pressurizes the room. It's a fucking horse shit. You would need specific subs, an array that just handles low frequencies, infrasonic, crossover, depending on how low they can put the crossover filter at. On a Behringer DCX, you can only put it at 48 dB at 20 Hz. That's ample. Mind you, that's pretty ample enough. Anything above 20 is not much going to be heard or felt. And you got to you don't want your sub bass going like that. It doesn't prove anything, because if you get your microphone, you check out, and you see how much bloody harmonic distortion you're seeing on the sub bass driver itself to versus what it looks like on the amplifier. The amplifier might be pretty okay. If there's harmonics showing up on that amplifier, it's probably likely the input level is too high going into it, and you're getting harmonics. Otherwise, then you're going to start hearing something. You think, oh yeah, that's infrasonic, but it's not. You can see it on the RTA. It's clearly above 20 hertz, it's audible, it's a harmonic. You don't want to hear that crap. If you want subs to go low, 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 and do this, you got to add at the same sub, add and add and add and add. That way you get around the harmonic. So you don't have to go and buy those crappy Ascendo subs. They're overrated in my personal opinion. You don't need to buy things that are just stupidly expensive, because it's just like you're showing off to everybody. But then everyone else, some know that I know physics, I know electronics, I know that that is not necessary, that you can do it. You can cut corners around that and do it this way, and you'll get better result and cheaper. If you want to feel sub bass, like you stare at you watch that shitty movie. Yeah, I just did some sub bass. Didn't cost a fucking penny. You won't get sub bass shit in movies doing it in a specific location on your body. It's not possible. It's impossible. Fucking sound waves just fucking spread out. Fucking a fucking mess. I don't give a shit about all these fucking movies in the fucking past that I've fucking seen. Standard Dolby Stereo, fucking mono, sensor round, THX. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. But this idiot and all you other idiots out there who want to play your sub-pressurizing, don't forget you got all the other frequencies up in front, and they're going to be audible on your ears. And so you're not even really going to notice that fucking pressurization bullshit. Because that sub is going to get over-taxied. That amplifier is going to get over-taxied. You need to subtract and have things play like an array that just plays infrasonic specifically, whether it's all around the room, whether you need it. But you measure infrasonic low frequency in a room, move around with a microphone, it's pretty uniform. You go up to the other frequencies, and then it's like, yeah, it's a bit boomy over there, a little bit less there, and a little bit boomy at the back. You go to the next sine wave frequency, oh yeah, less boomy up there, a little bit more boomy here, a little bit less at the back. That's how it is. So you need an array and have to have things adjusted. And then a little bit more, I think, to adjust so that, you sense this like natural. Like you make a fist in a seat that's pretty flexible, mind you. And you do that, and you can see my face vibrating, shaking. And if I increase that, I will feel the pressure then in my ears. But does it reach stupid 150 dB? No. Not even close or near, but I tell you, the fucking pressure of it is fucking annoying. You do things right in certain ways, and then, yeah, but film soundtracks are not going to comply to that sort of degree of playback. Because film soundtracks are fucking stupid. Film mixers are fucking stupid. They wasted their fucking time on a fucking dub stage. Money. This guy has either got a crap bloody microphone, but I'm not seeing anything in the way that I'm seeing a sine wave frequency fundamental that's appearing that's appearing. So this guy with his 33 and his bloody crappy videos that he posts once every few months, just because he needs bragging, just so he can get more money on YouTube from all you suckers out there. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, 6 hertz.
Other than his room painfully has an echo. He's playing 6 hertz. I'm not seeing anything. I'm just seeing noise up in the 40 hertz range because it's probably generating fucking harmonic frequencies. And a load of other random noise that shouldn't even be there. Not even part of the sine wave generated tone, and it wouldn't even be part of the bloody soundtrack. This guy's clueless. Bloody clueless. Have a look on Spectrum Lab. Have a look on the Spectrum Lab, see what that shows. I've got to switch that to... I think it's gone automatically. Doesn't usually do that. Okay. What the fuck? What's he got? Fucking things falling around in that room.
Oh, 6 hertz.
6. I'm not really seeing much 6 hertz there. I'm just seeing a load of fucking noise, and I can hear a load of, otherwise I wouldn't be. Maybe I should do it in my video here. It took me a few minutes to set it up. It's on the monitor. It's on the monitor. Where the fuck is it? I need the REW on. I don't need that. Open up the sound generator. Open the sound generator up. Switch to microphone. Where's microphone? Switch to USB. USB. Give it a few seconds to recycle. And then I'll tap the microphone just to confirm it's active. Yep, that's active. Okay. See, even when you tap the microphone, look at that low frequency. My God. That's like getting your finger so close to your ear membrane or your eardrum and tapping it. Mind you, it would be extremely, excruciatingly bloody painful if you did that, even gently. Even when you take a little hair, you know, hairs sometimes get down your ear canal, and they can touch or rub against your eardrum, and it depending on, you know, and that's usually when you get your hair cut, and you get little debris of hair that get down. Then when they use the hair dryer, and then little hairs end up getting down your ear canal. But you only have to put like a little teaspoon or a little eardrop of water on your eardrum, and it feels painful. So I'm not going to bother with that bloody Muppet and this bloody Muppet show bloody. So my microphone's picking up anything airborne in the room, windows open, so it's picking up other sounds. That noise there that I will just simply ignore, or go on to the microphone mixer level, volume level, microphone level. Where is it? I think that's it there. Turn it all the way down. Signal should go off. Just confirm that. Just tap the microphone just to confirm. No, didn't go off there. So that must be need to be slight. There's two settings I think on this. The the Spectrum Lab runs a little different to the yeah. Anyway, I just got to keep it a bit soft. Go to a sine wave tone generator. Tones. Go down to 10 hertz. Make sure that TV OLED level's down. I don't need that on. Generate a tone. I should get a sine wave. And there it is. It picks up there on the REW. Oh, sorry, the Spectrum Lab picks up there. Nice. But it's infrasonic. I can't hear it. I've got it at a low level. Now I'll just turn the level up a little higher if I want to. Eventually it's going to make a noise or a harmonic. I think I can see one there now. But it's not moving stupidly. Otherwise it's just going to make a horrendous noise. Get up to 20. It's a bit more audible. Yeah, so what? So big deal, bloody what? Bloody sine wave tone for crying out loud. I could even put it dual. $16 and $35. It makes this kind of noise. Turn it down a bit, turn it up a bit. I don't really give a fuck. Play the triple tone. Now, what frequency can I hear? What's more audible? That's what the whole thing is about. Frequency masking effect and so forth. Go to the multi-tone decade. What frequencies am I hearing? Do I care? I see a bit of my voice modulation there got in the on the microphone. Do I care? There it is. Ooh. The thing is, those sine wave tones all stay stable. So if you were to put a sub out the window or outdoors and get some microphone cable up to about maybe half a mile, depends how far you want to go. Maybe a mile, 1 mile. Maybe 5 miles. Depends on how good that sub-bass speaker is, doesn't it? How much power you got on it. Amplitude. How wide the range is. Appropriate place to go is a desert. One you'd be not surrounded with too much noise from traffic and anything. And you can put a microphone quite a distance away from the sub bass, and you've got an array of them. And first you try one sub bass on its own. And you look at the sine wave. You look at the spectrum lab. The spectrum lab is ideal because it's used for radio astronomy, listening for ET, extraterrestrial. This technology here, and it's got an incredible signal to noise ratio on it. I mean, it goes down really low, ridiculously. I mean, who's ever heard of going down to minus 200 dB or minus 500 dB? Huh? What? Minus 1000 dB. That's how far this thing can go. I don't know what its limit is because I got fed up when it got down to about minus 500 and thinking, bloody hell, this thing is pretty well nicely designed for ETs. listening for radio astronomy. There's a lot of program on this. I swear it was probably invented by E.T. himself. So I'm seeing little sounds picked up from outside. Oh, big deal. That's a frequency sweep. It's not too bad. Could be improved. I don't really fucking care, my dear. Manager's okay. Manager's okay. Don't really fucking care. I don't care about this fucking home theatre shit anymore. Oh, this has got to be a waste of time.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Today I'm back in my home theater. I've got my friend Brad. Brad is from out of state, brought his family down to Orlando, is one of my patrons. And while he was in preparation for the trip, he reached out and he said, Michael, I think you're not too far from where we're going to be.
Oh, rich class people, rich class. Oh, Trumpers. My goodness. That's what Youth Man is. He's a Trumper.
Is there any way I can come by and hear your setup? And of course.
Crikey, everybody. Oh, everyone that's, probably next year be buying a Tesla car. Oh, dear.
We've been hanging out for probably 3 or 4 hours. Went out to dinner tonight. But I thought we'd just sit down because you've got a unique story. You've got a theater room at home. You've got something that I wish I had, which is a basement. But I'd love to talk through your experience here. Maybe.
What, you mean you haven't got enough money, Youth Man, to get yourself a basement? Come on. You having me on? A basement. You've got a big garden. Just excavate it. And you have like a basement. You build it like it's like an auditorium or like a swimming pool. Concrete. Sloping floor going down. So then when you got with a build, not so it's just straight, but angled as well. So it controls the base. And you can put 40 bloody seats in it. I couldn't care less. It's frankly my idea. I've been there, I've done that. I've projected in bloody auditoriums that are bigger than most people's homes.
Things that you were hoping to learn, or what did you hope to gain from this visit? So we'll talk through that. Some of the things that you shared with me earlier, I'll bring up. So yeah, just appreciate you coming and hanging out with me, man. This has been a super fun day. Tell us, what do you have at home? Like, what does your system look like?
Sure. So the system that I have, it's been pieced together over the years, much like everybody else's theaters. And so for the TV that I have, it's an old TV. It's just an old plasma TV. For the sound, it's a Pioneer Elite SC95, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And
a little bit older AVR.
A little bit older. It's about 10 years old. Yeah. And I have Paradigm speakers all throughout the system.
Right.
And so for the front sound stage, I have left and right are 95.
But that's the one that I love. But that's the one that I love. And so let's talk through maybe some of those. What were the ones that stood out? But that's the one that I love.
Clearly, he's got issues. How can you love audio? How can you love this? No, that's wrong English, mate. Like it, but not love it. Otherwise, you got some very queer issues. I love my cats, and I can like my cats, but you can't love audio. You can't love a car. You can like it for what it does, for how it's engineered and all that, but you can't love it because it doesn't give affection, warm feelings and all that. It doesn't have emotion. It doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have a mind, for Christ's sake. It's immaterial. It's animatatious. Bloody love this. Bloody hell.
So let's talk through maybe some of those. What were the ones that stood out, and what stood out to you in the demos?
Sure. So I think the ones that stood out to me were some of the vocal ones.
Okay.
So there's the couple that have singers in them, and really it was just having the speakers behind the screen felt different from what I had heard before. And so speakers behind the screen felt different from what I had heard. Having the speakers behind the screen felt different from what I had heard. Having the speakers behind, and really it was just having the speakers behind, and really it was just having the speakers behind the screen felt different from what I had heard before. And so where my center channel is, it's definitely the need for the features. It's not like above or way far below. It's literally just directly below the TV, but it's still something completely different here, just having it come straight through the screen versus I guess the brain understanding that there's sound coming below where somebody's mouth actually is.
Sure. And I've shared that with you guys. There are a lot of times I hear people say that having speakers directly behind the completely transparent screen is a compromise. And maybe it's a compromise in the fact that, yes, sound has to come through there, and you may lose some sound because it's being reflected off the fabric. It has to come through there, and you may lose some sound because it's being reflected off the fabric. But the reality is, when you get sound, because it's being reflected off the fabric, there you may lose some sound because it's being reflected off the fabric. But the reality is, when you sound, because it's being reflected off the fabric. But
Well, there's if and that, but about a screen, speakers behind it. That's how they've been done since the very first early days. In fact, they used bed sheets in the very early days. They used big bloody bed sheet. I'm not sure how big, but bed sheet. Plastic perforation screens didn't come around until the 1950s. But bed sheets still work effectively because they're acoustically transparent. Spandex, cheap material. All this bullshit of buying all these bloody projection screens with, that cost, could cost more than the projector, depending on how much the projector cost. So if you got a projector that was cheap, it's pretty efficient, it's pretty okay, it'll last many decades. Because when the lamp runs out, you just change the lamp. You don't buy a new projector. You just clean it and put a new lamp in. Because all this 8K, that's not going to come around. That's a load of fucking tosh. Otherwise, it would have been already bloody mandatory. Well, at least they'd be trying to make it mandatory now. Or no, not now. A few years ago? Yeah, how long are these crappy processors that they sell all this crap? 8K. Where's the content? Couldn't care less. More things change, the more they remain the same. It won't be any better. It'll just be a scam. That's what it is. The home theatre is a scam. The Hollywood industry, a home theatre thing is a scam. Otherwise, if they want to make perfect, great titles that are absolutely identical to what goes out in into the cinema, be whether it's 35, or be whether it be digital, or be whether it's 35 converted over to digital, it should be the same conversion. And if it's the same conversion, then there's no need to buy another one for at least 20 years because it should last. They mass produce all the bloody, but there's no need to bring out another, and all this. They should be all 1-to-1 on the picture, 1-to-1 on the sound, and there's no excuse. Otherwise, it's a money milking cash cow fucking scam. Like that Jurassic Park, load of shit it was. that Jurassic Park 4K disc to me, it's expendable. I could take a pair of scissors and just cut it up into half and then just throw it in the bloody bin. It's expendable to me. It's garbage.
Reality is, you go to your local cinema, where are the speakers? They're directly behind the sticking screen. It's from sound because it's being reflected off the fabric. Sound has to come through there. You may lose some sound because it's being reflected off the fabric.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You may lose some sound because it's being reflected off the fabric.
Can you prove that? Have you done a video to show? Yeah, youth man? Huh? Come on, do something original for crying out loud. The way I would approach it is like quite simple. You got a bit of screen material so wide, and you got two identical speakers. But are they identical in the HF? It does, you know, the HFs. I mean or mid-range tweeters, but generally they're HF horns behind the screen, not these crappy home theatre things. They're HF horns, big bloody things. Or small, depending on the size of the auditorium. And you'd put an A and B testing, but you got to validate first. Otherwise, you got to move that HF horn from where it's not got an acoustic transparent screen in front of it. You got to move that then from A over to B behind an acoustical transparent screen, because you know that the frequency was otherwise. You're looking at the frequency responses on two HF horns. Are they identical? They might be near or close, and that's where you use EQ electronically to get basically the frequency response flat, just for the sake of it. And then once you got it flat, you can do whatever you want with it later on by using some high pass filters and elevating it a little bit higher, or manipulating it so that the high, depending on your hearing, if you can still hear up to above 10,000 kilohertz or maybe up to 16,000 K, those sine wave tones are very, very narrow. And then the amplitude level you need to generate, and then you got to make sure that the amplifier doesn't go into clipping, or it's got ample of headroom, so when there's any high frequency peak in that soundtrack, it shouldn't clip. You got to have sufficient headroom, so you need quite a bit of amplifier power. You don't need too much amplifier power for the middle high and the middle bass range, because it's easily heard. You need a little bit current down in the low frequencies, and you need a bit of amplifier power and stability in the upper high highs, because those are like the most difficult things, particularly the high frequencies. They're the most difficult ones to achieve. And then you look at the differences between the A and the B. How much dB roll off? How much dB reduction has it gone down? Not a lot. Not a lot. And then you do different cocktails of behind the screen. You do one where you got a barrier going around that whole thing. So with no absorbent on it. And then you do another test and you look at the result, and then you do another one where it's got absorbent on it, and then you do that again, and then look at the basically looking at the frequency graphs to see what the trade-offs are, or trade-ons and trade-offs. Doesn't take too long to do that.
When you go to your local cinema, where are the speakers? They're direct.
What do you mean where the speakers? It depends whether an auditorium depends on an auditorium if they want to hide all the speakers so they're not on bloody show, like a bloody circus, like the bloody circus came into town, or looking like some bloody half-assed bloody discotheque from the 1970s. Christ's sake, you go into these Atmos cinemas today, they look shit. Honestly, they look shit. Speakers all over the fucking place. Looks like a fucking nightclub, not a fucking cinema. The idea is to fucking hide it and make you think, guess, But when they're on show, oh yeah, I can pretty much figure that out. Fucking boring fucking feast it becomes. Fucking hell, there's not one fucking cinema around this fucking town where they got the fucking speakers hidden. I can't fucking hide the fucking things in this room because the fucking room is too fucking small. The room are fucking bigger, I'd have these fucking things hidden. Not a big fucking deal. Because when you listen to real sound, it is fucking hidden. Real fucking sound. Well, that's presentably fucking in front of me. I can fucking hear and see the fucking motherfucker. Fucking hell, I get fucking vexed with these fucking youth mans.
Quickly behind the stinking screen. And the reason is the action is taking place on the screen. So let's put the sound where the action is. And by anchoring that dialogue to dead center, and when stuff is panning from left to right, I'm with you, man. I think that was a huge up.
God, even this guy's fucking brainwashed with fucking dialogue anchored to the center. What about dialogue panning? Directional fucking hell, this guy's clueless.
I was able to get my speakers directly behind the screen.
You haven't even got a 5 screen behind your screen.
Our brains, I always knew when my center channel was above.
Yep.
You know, and I've heard center channels below. I think out of the two, I'd rather have it below than above.
Crikey, I can even fucking see going to a fucking auditorium, fucking depending on where you fucking sat. I can sense the fucking shift in the fucking sound going up and down across the screen channels, depending on, you know, because I know where the fucking motherfucking things are located. And I can hear that, but that doesn't bother me. I like that. I like it. It's like a fucking another dimension in fucking sound. I don't give a fuck.
But for the TV, you just can't do that. So I love having acoustically transparent.
Stop saying the word love. Go. It's annoying. You like it. You can't love it. You cannot love it. You need help. You need help, mate. You need more than the bloody Bible. You like it, but not love it.
So what were some other things that so that was like we did Lady Gaga from A Star Is Born. So
fucking hell, overrated fucking movie. A Star Is fucking
then the other one,
fuck
What
off.
would it be like about the
No, not this fucking annoying fucking fuck
movie
off.
was Treasure Tree?
Sure. So probably a good illustration of that is A Quiet Peak or the upbeat one.
At the time, or just
The fabric, if you're kind of handy and you're willing to put some effort into it. If you don't, there's plenty of companies out there you can just buy a panel as a fourth. Hey, what's going on, guys? Today I'm back in my home theater. I've got my friends.
Fuck off. Fucking hell, that guy's fucking starting to vex me. Fucking annoying home fucking theatres. Fuck off. Oh, Mel. Hey, Mel. Hey, Melanie. Come in here, haven't you? Watch the fucking youth man. Fucking annoying fucking channel. Fuck's sake. Fucking hell, that guy fucking vexes me. Oh, that guy needs to get himself a cat. Honey. Too much fucking bullshit on that youth, man. Fucking hell. Morons that fucking watch that fucking channel all the time. Seriously. That's why you just paid them to get a trinnov. And all you suckers out there, you don't get a trinnov. You don't want a trinnov. Believe me. You don't want a crappy stormaudio either. Boy, do I regret buying that crap. Customer service don't give a fuck about me. You know why? Because I'm not a rich snob like all the other snobs. So those French can go fuck themselves. I'm not interested in buying their new fucking software, that or whatever that shit is, that fucking channel expander or that new micro fucking chip thing. Couldn't care fucking less about it. To add 3 extra channels? Seriously? Back in the fucking day of CB radio, you get a modification on a radio, you get fucking 40 fucking channels extra, or 80, or 120, depending on the modification. And it were fucking cheap as well. Fucking this audio shit today, they think it's luxury. Youth man, he thinks it's luxury, he thinks it's because that's all he fucking sees. Money. Greedy son of a bitch. Yeah. Fucking all this home theatre shit. I don't really give a fuck much shit about the fucking Dolby CP200 anymore. That's something most of you home theatre people out there would never fucking have. Oh yeah, anyone can go and get a shitty Storm and shitty Trinnov processor. Fucking hell. Fucking vexes me. Fucking home theatre, a load of crap. Yeah, that Jurassic turned up pretty early. That was imported from the US. Was it worth it? No. Load of crap. Load of Skywalker sound crap. I used to like Skywalker sound. See, I like, but I don't like it. Like I don't like it anymore. That fucking annoying youth. Oh, I love that processor. I love that I love that move. That's incorrect English. Like, but not love. You can't fucking love this fucking shit. You can like it or dislike it or utterly fucking hate it and fucking despise it, which is what I fucking do now. I fucking despise this fucking shit. See? Would anyone do that to something that they fucking love with this fucking shit? Of course they wouldn't. Like, but not love. You can't say I love that fucking music. Like it or dislike it. Or fucking utterly hate it and despise it. But you can't fucking love it because it's in fucking material. Do you love Voyager 1, Voyager 2? No. It's fucking immaterial. It's a piece of fucking electronics. I like what it's doing, but I can't fucking love it. Doesn't give warmth or fucking affection, does it? Fucking retards. Fucking hell, fucking theaters. Fucking reality is a lot better than fucking home theatre. See that was the best fucking sound I heard out of that fucking crappy Jurassic crap. Fucking hell, should I give it a fucking rating? Fucking give it a fucking thumbs down. Fuck off Jurassic Park. Fuck off Spielberg. Oh, fucking hell. Got 2 more fucking crappy 4Ks that are going to go in the cat litter. Mandatorily, automatically. There is no fucking way they're going to get the thumbs up. That happens very fucking rare. All this immersive bullshit, spatial audio bullshit sound. What a load of bollocks. Hollywood need. I think really Hollywood are really getting close to being on the fucking edge of collapse and fucking nosediving into the ground. Good fucking riddance. I won't fucking miss it. Oh, that was belching better than fucking Atmos. see what this crap's doing. I want all these fucking films that come out now, you know, overrated fucking actors. I want them to fucking, oh, looks like this crap's not doing well at the box office. How many? Come on, it's on the fucking weekend coming up to now. Whoa, is that the budget on it? First I heard it was 200 million. Fucking hell, 200 million. You know how fucking many lifetimes that will fucking last you? 200 million? Huh? Fucking hell. The fucking bank will be going like, oh, wow, you'd be just living off on the fucking interest rate on that fucking amount. Fucking 300 million now this movie cost. Whoa. Plus the marketing. I won't be surprised if it's near the 450 million. Fucking hell. These type of movies don't usually make a lot of money at the box office. They usually, it's like that last one with Ron Howard. That was a load of rubbish. Crap sound mix. Fucking over loud. What a fucking crap sound design. Not to mention the colour on it was crap. That's another load of piece of crap that I don't need to go down and fucking watch at the fucking cinema. I'm not supporting British cinemas anymore, giving them fucking, you know, fuck off. They can fuck off with their Atmos shit. Check that one out in a few days. Probably see the IMDb rating going down. Maybe not Snow White, but I don't give a fuck about 35mm, 70mm, 16, 8mm. I don't give a fuck about fucking film anymore. Doesn't bring anything to the table for me. Other than fucking depression. Fucking hell. With this fucking heat, I could be a fair guy, but it's driving me fucking crazy. Fucking 25 Celsius in here for crying out loud. Air condition. Cool the room down. Cool the room down. Doing my best, Captain. I haven't got the power. Don't be shy to putting a Pepsi can on your head. Oh yeah, I could feel that coolness now going down because this up at your head is your hottest, warmest point. So yeah, it's like bag of ice. You know, you put a bag of ice on there. Of course, it's going to melt. Cold air goes downwards. It descends. And warm air in the room is circulating, moving around, and never use a fan. That just circulates warm air. Doesn't get you anywhere. Like I said before, the seasons. Oh, fucking hell. Winter owns you. Summertime owns you. Is there any way around this to get it to be absolutely no cost at all? Because the sun generates energy at no cost. The sun doesn't have a soul or consciousness. Wouldn't know about the concept of fucking money. But it generates a lot of fucking heat and then it warms up the Earth's crust. And fuck, it's fucking hot. Fucking hell. And you go crazy. Like electronics. Electronics get warm, they go over their technical tolerance levels, they break down. Slowly, but surely, they will all break down. And then you got to figure which components. Which components have the most heat tolerances. That's something about knowing about your crappy fucking home theater. You got to have equipment so that it can run cool. You put amplifiers in a rack, heat is going to go from one amplifier and go up to the next one and the next, just like Titanic. And the water goes over and goes over and goes over. There's no stopping it. See, that's something the youth man doesn't even fucking know about. Fucking clown. So if you were to logically, you know, put amplifiers so that the heat, you know, because you're not going to get any amplifier. It's not going to be able to that's going to be heatless. Okay, now any electronics is generating heat. It's like that fucking movie. You know, this thing's generating power without heat. How is that possible? It ain't possible. Our own bodies generate heat. So it's being calm. Be cool. Do-do-do. Do-do. Be cool. Get those pulse monitor things on your finger and just see that your heart rate goes somewhere in the your pulse rate somewhere in the 50 range, or maybe, well, there are limits to those things, some of those things. When it gets down to a certain number, it starts going bleep, bleep, bleep because it's going too low. But if you're feeling normal and all that, and it is going, like, you know, then, you know, check temperature and such. You should be a cool cat. Cool cat. You get up, start running around. Heart goes boom, 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 or boom, 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 and then your blood booms up, and then you get hot. But you burn off calories at the same time. You're burning off some weight. But you want to be cool. There's less in there now, so less in there. Cool down. Be cool, cat. Be cool. Does this taste like mango? I don't know. There might be a mango flavour that you can get on a and put it on a make a cake or whatever. You get this what they call it now? Essence. Yeah, like vanilla essence or cherry essence or whatever. Yeah, you get a food flavouring. Otherwise, you get a normal Pepsi. Just put a bit of food flavouring in it. Shake it around, stir it, taste it. Does it make it taste like maybe, I don't know, what about peaches or banana or apple? You know what I mean? They got mango, they got cherry. You might as well just then put that into bloody water, huh? And think, not too much, otherwise it tastes a little it's teeny experiment, and then bam, you got something like you don't need to buy that. Huh. I'll probably try that. Probably get some food flavour thing and yeah, I wonder if they do a mango. No, they do cherries and strawberries. Yeah, do they do Pepsi strawberry? Yeah. But do I love it? No, I like it. Not love it, like it. Or some might just go, that's fucking grotesque and fucking vile. And above all, repulsive. You can't get any better than that rating. This is repulsifying. No, I think it hits the spot. It's a flavour for every generation. Oh, she's not in here, but my cat Melanie. Oh, she's got a thing for this. Oh, bloody hell, weird. See, every cat's different. My cat Bear couldn't care less about it. I wonder what Sooty would or Magic would think about this. Oh dear. Of course, I don't let her drink it. She just goes after the straw. I think it's the straw she's after. She's not after what's in the bloody thing. Come on, a cat can't slurp it up through a straw. She just wants to play around with the straws. Oh. Because a cat chooses what things or recreation they like to play with. It's kind of empty, but I'll put a little. Don't forget it's got carbonated water already in the bloody thing, so you know, this is for people that are addicted. But they don't think about putting water in, even though it's empty, because you still get a bit of residue. Yeah, I could taste a little bit of it, but because of the water percentage is about there, and whatever's residue is probably about down that sort of percentage. So, yeah. It's like when you got tomato ketchup. Is that empty? It doesn't look empty to me. It only means that you can't squeeze much out, but if you put a little bit of water in it and just shake it, or a little bit of vinegar, because there is a substance of vinegar in that tomato ketchup, and just shake it, and then take the that lid thing off, because there's no point squeezing it, because it wouldn't be enough there. The pressure thing, you know, to squeeze, and you just pour it over the bloody your French fries or your chips or whatever it is, and then it's empty. You know, people want to get their pennies worth for their bloody tomato ketchup, don't they? That's all it takes. A little bit of water or vinegar. Same goes with any food in a jar. It's not totally empty now, is it? You know. let's have a look around. Let's have a look around. See if there's anything else there to. Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Again? See? It's just an advertisement.
What's going on? With the HMRC app, I can see what I'm getting paid. I easily check my tax stuff. And you're on it? You're on it.
For your money and tax, download the HMRC app and be on it today. You're on it.
When we come to the table, it's what we all bring that counts.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Today in this video, as you can see, we've got a brand new speaker system. This is a brand new speaker system. This is a 5.1 system from.
See, this is why people on YouTube like Youth Man, Shane Lee, and all those other shills, and then they got a bundle of others, mind you. There's probably a list that I think someone said on one forum. There is probably something like over 150 shills on YouTube. Ugh, I'm not one of them. I would never be one of them. I would never stoop down so low to doing that sort of shit. I could do a review on something, but I would never want to be paid by someone. Not ever. But really, that's not a 5 point. Bloody hell. I mean, Thomas and Holman has really got people fucking brainwashed on fucking 5.1. You go to a fucking cinema, it is not 5.1. Well, 5.1, I think, is 1, 2, 3 speakers at the front, and 1 and 2 for the fucking surround, and a fucking sub. Well, that's always going to be. That's not fucking changed much since fucking 1970s. That hasn't changed much. It's only evolved a tiny little bit. Big fucking deal. But no, you don't fucking set 2 speakers. You know, you're not going to get a fucking enveloping sound from fucking 2 speakers for surround speakers. Are you kidding me? You're not going to get the same signature sound. It's like going to those crappy iMacs with the 2 fucking speakers in the fucking corner. Oh yeah, it's not a 5 point. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, because there is no real sub bass. It's it's just taking low frequency, goes through a crossover management system, takes the bass from the left, right surround, and the 4 speakers behind the screen, and then goes down to the. But iMacs, they sound crap. I couldn't care less for this. You know, what's he going to test in this video? Lucky, you're doing I think the unboxing shit now has got to stop. If I do anything in future now, it's going to be unboxed before I do the fucking video. Out the fucking wrapper, on fucking display. No fucking this unboxing shit nonsense again. It wastes fucking time on the video. So this, he's just fucking wasting fucking 4 minutes here, 5 minutes here, 6 minutes here, blabber talking about a fucking manual like it's the holy bloody Bible. Like, is everyone clueless about how speakers work? They could have put a complete tech spec up here on the, he's got all this fucking space here up on the bloody street. He could have put a bloody a text up here on the bloody screen what the specifications are, blah, 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 blah. Basically, loudspeakers are shit components at the end of the day. They're stupid. They're more dumb than our own bloody hearing. They got pathetic fucking frequency range. Who gives a shit? It's just a shill. It's just a shill. Why is he wearing bloody gloves, for Christ's sake? What's he bloody masturbating or something? What's he bloody wearing white gloves for crying out? What, he'd steal this shit and he doesn't want to put his fingerprints all over it? Who cares? Who cares? Seriously. People buy this shit so they can put it in front of a projection screen. What the fucking point of buying a projector? What's the point of buying one? Speakers belong behind the screen. They need to be butt fucking ugly, but they need to handle fucking dynamic. Which are cheap, easy. Go on eBay, buy some fucking JBL Professional, Cinema Professional X used. Second hand, it's cheap. It's the dog's bollocks. You don't need to buy some HSU fucking crap. That costs how much? Those speakers will lose their fucking value.
Mount these on your.
Nothing special about them. They're not unique. Oh, now he's got the subwoofer out, like, oh yeah, like I'm having an erection now. Oh, blimey. I'm getting a real boner.
Move this without. We now have two, so this is a dual opposing system. Got a 15 active driver firing this way, another 15 active on the other side firing the opposite way. One of the benefits of having a dual opposing system is it minimizes the vibrations here, because the one driver that's pushing out, the other driver is pushing out, and they basically cancel each other, versus one driver kind of constantly pushing and exerting force on this. So what's kind of
What, pushing and what not having sex? I'm disappointed. I thought something with a sub like that, you want to have sex with it.
cool. A lot of times RCA inputs. We've got a volume knob.
Oh, what a fucking boring fucking piece of hardware. How much does it cost? Fucking hell. Like I say, go and get some JBL Cinema Professional subs. Well, they're not really subs. They're just boxes with fucking, and you just put a loudspeaker management crossover system on it that's cheap as dirt. And then you got your crossover filters and all that shit. It's a no-brainer. Bloody hell, they got Q bandwidth, bloody blah 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 blah. I wouldn't trust for something that costs that amount of money. It's not even got a fucking display, so you can see a digital display. I'll take adjusting any one of these controls with a pinch of salt, because you need something to say, visualize. You know it's on that frequency. You know it's got that Q bandwidth, whatever, because you're not going to have a fucking clue. You'd have to put that on a RTA analyzer on with a microphone pretty close to the sub, or you can wire it hardwired onto the amplifier that powers those subs or those drivers, and then it goes directly to a dummy load onto a computer where it won't blow the computer to smithereens, and then you'd be able to see the action of what's going on the RTA or the Room EQ Wizard RTA. Yeah, did you think of that, youth man? Because you got XLR inputs, but yeah, you haven't got an output here, which will make it a lot easier. But you got to connect it to the those are left and right inputs. Those ones there, those are just for connecting to. But no, it's got no output on it, so you'd have to connect it directly to the amplifier, and then you pump it through, and it goes up on the computer, and then you'd be able to see what that Q bandwidth is. Otherwise, you're not going to have a fucking clue. Piece of rubbish.
A toggle
Rubbish.
switch can adjust the phase from 0 to 180 degrees. As you can see, everybody's looking for that something.
Broadband fast enough for you and your customers.
Are you plastering these advertisements on your channel, youth man?
BT's got your back.
See, I am so ready to have all of my reviews at the Obsessed Home Theater Lab. We're currently in the process
Yeah, it's not that obsessed.
of building it. This is what my theater room looks like a lot of times when I'm reviewing products. So that's going to be super, super helpful. So those are some pads for fire. There's some quick disconnects on the inside to make it easy. And then I want to
Hold on a second.
and see, you know, what that experience is like, ported and closed.
What's the bloody weight of that bloody thing? I just saw him move it around, and then it wobbles. Either it's like either the carpet or either that bloody thing is made of bloody bolster wood. How heavy is it?
This, of course, is a sealed cabinet.
If I did that with one of my bloody JBL subs, behind bloody hell, they wouldn't be wobbling like that on the bloody car. They'd come to a bloody almost bloody instant standstill. They're fucking heavy. What are these fucking things made of? Come on.
This allows this to get. Let's take a look. Let me look at it. Are we looking at? So this is going to be packing tape in this outer. Make some room there. All right. Had to in this outer piece to a ported. This, of course, is a sealed cabinet. This allows this to get louder and extend deeper by basically converting it from a sealed to a ported enclosure. So here you can see we've got some foam here, so sound can travel through there. And then there's the seal right here. And then these metal pegs align.
Yeah. I think the cat's out the bag. Someone looks at that and thinks, I could DIY make that in my garage for less money. Because they think, that's an interesting design, but I might as well build it in my, MDF. Don't cost much. Select some drivers that are cheap, that are going to really do some, good specification. Knock it all together, put a bit of black paint on it, bam, there you go, and put a DSP, and then run it with a Behringer amplifier with a DSP Behringer DCX. Sorted and cheap.
With these pegs right here. So we're not going to do it in this video, but I will.
You look at think, well, what would your labour time be building it? Maybe forget about the labour time. But you buy something that's all pre-made, it's all, and they're just pumping out a certain model. It's like a game. Bass, it's just doing that. It's not doing all this individually, where it's more complexity. To me, it's just fucking boring now. It's like, I get a bit of bass there, or I feel it there on my tummy, or what. I couldn't care less much about it too much. Couldn't care less. Take my fucking medication. What time is it? Oh yeah, it's my medication time. 15 types of medication I've got to take for my heart every day. 10 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 5 in the evening. Every single day. I've got to be grateful in some ways. I've got to be grateful. Sometimes I feel like I'm just not going to be able to take those tablets because I feel like, I'm drinking it with this, and it's like, maybe eat something with it. It gets around the bloodstream, doesn't it? I wouldn't do that shit. Fucking meaningless. Vacuum clean this fucking floor. So this is why my home cinema has got all this mess around. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. If I heard one fucking 6 channel, 8 channel, or one fucking Atmos, I've heard it all. And they all sound the same. Crap. Doesn't entertain me anymore. I am not entertained. Is that why you're not here? I just did a reenactment of fucking Gladiator. Wow. Are you not entertained with my home theatre? Is that why you're not here? Oh, okay, now. You gotta have a dark sense of humor in this fucking hobby, really. So fucking hell, he does a video that this long, blah blah blah, but he doesn't get into bloody testing or anything, or even a live video where he's testing all this. It's like, it's just sell and try and advertise something for a company. Get a little bit of that in the check, in the mail. Fucking hell. If I would have had something like this coming to my way for testing, reviewing, I would have all the equipment set up. I'd have the oscilloscope set up. I'd have the fucking RTA, RE fucking W. I'd have it all fucking ready. And I'd have those fucking things opened up and test, see what they do and what they can't do. That's all. And again, how they're going to produce frequency in the room. I mean, this guy's got his own back garden. Why doesn't he take them out in the back garden, put them out so they're, relatively pretty clear away from his home, do a frequency sweep and see what the frequency response looks like, and then lift it off the ground and take another frequency reading, because when it's on the ground plane, it's going to give one reading, and then you want it raised up and see what it looks like. Because this whole myth of putting subs on the floor, don't forget, Star Wars wasn't doing it that way back in the day. Star Wars was doing it on channel 2 and 4 behind the bloody screen on a 70mm 5-screen speaker array. And then when they got to fucking close and fucking counters, they default sub-bass arrays. They put them on the floor. That's how the fucking thing came around, I believe. But no, Earthquake was doing it a lot longer before that, because they were putting sub-bass bins on the floor in front of the projection screen, and then 2 at the back of the corner. So you got 1, 2, 3 subs in that sort of configuration. Are most people going to be doing that in a few weeks' time? 1 sub at the front, 2 in the back corner. You don't need to play at 120 dB. Less is more. Unless you want to end up with tinnitus. Because I don't believe earthquakes fucking rumble at 120 dB. I think that's a complete load of Hollywood bullshit. Anyone that knows fucking physics, that know that a building is connected, attached to the fucking ground surface. If you go outdoors, is it rumbling at 120 dB? You might feel the fucking ground motion moving, the plates moving this way, that way, doing all that. That's why you fucking move around. It's the same with fucking going on the water on a boat. Unstable. No if, no but, no debate, no vote. You're doing a deck of cards on a boat and you get the fucking waves. Oh, fuck. It took me 20 minutes to build that. See? Build all these fucking skyscrapers, you stick it in an earthquake zone. How diabolical is that? Why do people live in an earthquake zone? I really don't know. Some say, oh yeah, but yeah, the UK gets very little. We get them all the time, but they're tiny, teeny. Sometimes they're a little bit more magnitude, but those are very few and far between. And when most of that happens, most of the public are bloody sleeping in bed and don't even notice it. Because they're not powerfully magnitude enough. They've got to last a long duration time, and you think, whoa, it wakes you up. If it's less than a minute, it's very small. Man, yeah, you're not gonna care. For fuck's sake. sub-bass speakers. Depends how, things, energy builds up. You might as well have a home theatre fucking thing above, put the fucking subs in the fucking basement and then fucking turn it up. Because then it might feel like a fucking earthquake. Because the floor will be completely fucking moving. Not to mention it'd be making a lot of rattling noise. And then you think, I don't know, it doesn't make sense that, because that doesn't seem to be part of the soundtrack. Because they put those rattle sounds in a soundtrack to give the illusion. So you get this bass boom, 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 and you got other things going on in the soundtrack to create rattling sounds and such. But the room should never rattle. So I think I could turn mine down. I don't need to turn it up. What's the big deal? No one on a fucking video can fucking... It's impossible. You can't do I can microphone this fucking room up to 24 fucking microphones, put it into the recording. You wouldn't even know the difference. And if I played it back on my same system, I'd think, wait a second, seems a little bit boomy there and a what there, and takes a lot, to... That's why the whole point, you put microphones literally all around the room. And then when you think you need more microphones, you add on something else that can go up to maybe 48 microphones. Because when you take that microphone and you play a sine wave and you're moving it, that sine wave tone's going up, there, up, there, up. It's doing that. It's never going to be the same until you get down to very low infrasonic frequencies where it, boom. And then you move that microphone around the room, it stays with a very, very tight tolerance of a few dB deviation. But when you get up to start going above 20 hertz and then into 30, and then it starts going all over the fact, it starts to be a mess. You think, yeah, calculate it. You don't need the Room EQ Wizard, because the Room EQ Wizard won't know anything about your room. It's a guesstimation. That's all it is. Pretty clever, mind you. Pretty clever on the engineer that made it. What's his name? John something. Pretty clever. But Room EQ Wizard doesn't know I got a chimney breast literally there. It doesn't know I got a window over there. It doesn't know I got a loft that's way above me, and you got thin plasterboard, then you got a little bit of other. It doesn't know any of that. It can only guesstimate, which is pretty near and close to the dimensions of the room, and it says, yeah, you're going to get a peak around 35 hertz, which I do. I get a peak, and you change and the different size of the room, and you'll probably get a peak at 40 hertz, or you'll get a peak at whatever. It depends on the dimension, but it doesn't know anything about what else there is in the room. I think it needs to be upgraded. That's REW. It needs to be the simulator thing. So you model the shape of the room, and then you look at the calculations of the, with it turned off and with it turned on, and then you see what the frequency response looks like. Otherwise, just use the microphones and go around the room. It's as simple as that, and you get an idea. Like, you hear this tone frequency, but like again, I say, you hear the tone, but you're feeling it maybe only about that much percentage, depending on what the floor is made of, if it's wooden, and how those units are placed on a fucking floor, and how they interact with it, with the joists, the floor joists, the floorboards, depending on which way they travel in the room. It all depends on that and how much percentage we should really be hearing that amount of sound on it and feeling that amount mechanically. Boom. Not that too much on our ear and only feeling a little bit of that. And then you turn it up, and you think, fucking hell, it's getting too loud, unrealistic. You hold a bass driver against your chest. It's very uncomfortable. In fact, it's intimidating. Ugh. Because we don't simply go around walking around with a fucking sub-bass speaker strapped to our fucking chest or stomach or on our head or against your chin. All these sub-bass speakers are crap. If you know how, some people know how to fucking design it into a room, integrate it, and so that you get as much mechanical vibration when the instant you put a sine wave in it, you've got your voltmeter, you're looking at how much, you're putting into it, and you're trying to look at the, like in terms of NASA science. Not that I give a fuck about NASA, but you look at it in NASA science. Go up there, touch it, feel it, see how it works, what it can do, what it cannot do, and then take it a bit further to take it from where it cannot do to where it can do. Otherwise, all this home theatre is kaput. Waste of fucking time. You spend thousands, and you get very little fucking vibration out of the whole fucking thing. Do you want to feel vibration? I don't know. We don't feel it on a day-to-day basis. Unless, of course, you're in a fucking motor car, but most people probably don't even give it pause to thinking how the vehicle actually works with the engine, to how it's coupled with the whole frame structure of the vehicle, why it makes that vibration when you're moving the vehicle, the wheels against whether the vehicle is suspended and then you revving it and then you're feeling the motion, and then you put the vehicle on the ground and then you feel the other motion, because their motions are different. See, that's how I think, and how a lot of you don't think. And then, of course, you got the ground surface, which is completely fucking random and unpredictable. And it's going to have multitudes of fucking different vibrations, jolts and such. Does that all go into a home theatre system mix, a cinema mix? No. All those fucking seats that do this shit, what the fuck is that? Fucking, it looks like fucking cinema seats that are having a fucking epilepsy. Car seats don't do that shit. It's the vehicle that's moving. It's the motion on the vehicle doing that. Otherwise, you slam the fucking dashboard down. What's wrong? Have you got a ratchet? Why? Well, this seat, it feels a little bit loose, unsafe. I need to tighten down the bolts on the bloody thing. Really? I mean, look, what the fuck next? Fucking James Bond fucking ejector fucking seat. Boom! Oh, fucking hell. You'd be wearing the bloody ceiling. Your head would be stuck through it. Oh dear, home theatre is a load of rubbish. It really is.
Show you in a future video when I do the review, because I want to test it in sealed first, see how that sounds, and then I want to add the supercharger and see, what that experience is like. But essentially, just to give, because I want to test it in sealed first, see how that sounds.
You know, the one thing he's not going to do in this video, you know what that is? I mean, he can lift, he's got that projection screen that he can easily lift up. He is not going to test his speakers, that is JTRs or REAs or whatever the bloody hell they're called. He's not going to be testing those first, right? Do a frequency sweep, see what they look like, play something, do it in a video. Best to do it in a video that's live, not so you're editing it and all that just so for the sake of fucking boring content, but actually just do it live and see how long it takes him to take those two subs off the bloody stage or whatever they are, put them on the floor, put those ones up behind the screen and see, and then validate the data. Otherwise those things are going to be laying on the floor. It'd be the same if I had another sub and I wanted to review it in this room. It won't be going behind the screen where the other subs are. And when you do that, moving a sub slightly this way, that way, forward and backwards slightly, it's going to change the sine wave tone drastically. And it's going to give you, and it's only going to end up giving you false result. But he needs to tighten down whatever it is behind that screen. He needs to tighten it down because it rattles. He needs to tighten it down, look all around where it is. And then it's just a simple thing. Two little things probably not tightened up and they're just going chit, 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 tapping against each other and making a jittering noise that sounds that wide or loud, that wide. Not tiny, but it gives the impression because it's going ting, 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 ting. It takes a few moments to sort it out, for crying out. But he's not going to do that, I guarantee you. Oh, unless, of course, he's watching this video or someone says, hey, did you see that guy? He's angry. He's got the cats. He's ranting about you. He's going to tell you how you suck doing your reviews. It's true. Most people are getting their home theatres. They put their subs or these things for a review and they just plop it down on the bloody floor like anywhere. And it's going to be like, oh, wow. And you think, maybe if you took those other subs and put them down there, it might work. I don't know. I kind of sort of agree with what John Hunter says. Something about the bass and the space. Well, there's not much space in this fucking room. I can't swing a cat around. And has he got a voltmeter? Has he got all the? So he's going to be able to open up, open up those things and then test it, see what the frequency response looks like. It should be smooth and it might roll off. If it's got a steep roller and you've got the crossover filters on it all set correctly, so they go to the maximum level. So they go up to maybe, 200 hertz or whatever. Run the signal so it goes directly into the sub, not going from the processor. So you run a signal going straight into it from the computer, straight into those active subs. And then see what the frequency response looks like. Because that's how I would do it. I would test the B chain out. See what the B chain looks like. test the computer, make sure the sound card looks flat. If it's rolling off, then you're probably going to think, well, you're going to need something there just to minorly compensate it slightly, because you can't take that reading for true. It's given a false reading. Ideally, the frequency tones on those sine waves should be going flat. And all it would do to test those, what do you call these things? HSU. What's that stand for? Horrendous sound. Ugh, almighty. I don't know what the fuck what that stands for. What's MFL stand for? Motherfucking loudspeaker. MFL. Motherfucking loudspeaker. Maybe it does. But I will test it. That's how I'll test it. Because it would then it would then alleviate me from the suspicion. You know, because I'm suspicious about anything. I think there's a roll off. I think there's a filter on there that doesn't need to be. Why else would they make a fucking loudspeaker crossover management system? So, you know, when it's ideally it's flat, but have I tested the Behringer DCX with a raw signal, pink noise, going straight into it, do a frequency sweep and see what the frequency response looks like. If it goes flat down to the lowest frequency, because it will only go down to 20, that's the crossover range, but it will go down lower. What does it look like? Does it go flat, or does it start sloping? If it slopes and it looks suspiciously lame, maybe a 12 dB roll off, or maybe 6. Maybe it's flat. I don't know. I haven't tested it. The DCX. It's a bit complicated on my system because I would need to take a lead from the computer, bring it into this room, plug it into the DCX, because I've got to undo one input lead, plug the computer into the input, and then take another lead from the output, plug that in, and then connect it to the computer so it's running in a loop, and then just run a frequency sweep through it and see what the result looks like. And then I can take it from there. Otherwise, your system or what your subs, you know, they could be rolling off, you know, for no reason. It's bullshit to put those bloody filters on it. Bullshit. That's why loudspeaker management, you want a fucking roll off, then you put a 6 dB roll off, 12 dB, 18, 24, 48 dB.
The supercharger, and see, you know, what that experience is like. But essentially, just to give you an idea, green, so you can visualize what that looks like. But essentially, we're taking a sealed enclosure, converting it to a port, visualize what that looks
Is there a logic to go with 4 ports on there? Is there a logic? Why not just have a large port? One large port to port the sub all. I never understood the reasons for all the 2 port, a single port, a 2 port, 3 port, 4 port. I'll just have one big bloody large port for crying out loud. You want to get air out there, air, but think about it. I've got the room temperature down to 23 Celsius. 23.5. Oh, I don't know even know what the outside is today. It's got to be at least 21, 22, but inside with the equipment, yeah. So if you have you might be thinking, oh my goodness, I'm jealous because the youth man's got this to review. I'm deeply seeded and salty jealous. Not in the one bit least. You think, you're getting air coming out those ports and you got to play this at a stupid SBL level. Stopwatch it. How many seconds it takes for that air to come from that port to reach you. Stopwatch it. I guarantee it's going to take at least 5, maybe 6 seconds. And if it's doing it really quick and fast, then that thing's playing stupid loud unnecessarily. Fail. Because reality with how wind pressure moves is a complete different nature entirely, for which nature itself cannot be fooled. You got to have something totally different sort of thing to get that air, but that's only going to happen at certain low frequencies. It's not going to happen at every frequency. So if I go, how many seconds it takes, I only have to go and get myself a candle, set it up in the room, blow it, stopwatch it, or look at the clock, look at how many seconds. 1, 2, 3. I think it's about 4 to 5. I think it's about 4 to 5 seconds. I've done it before in one of my videos. I don't need to do that again. I don't need to do another video with bloody sub bass blowing candles out. Big deal. Because if I were to look at other certain things in reality and thinking, would that candle get blown out? Well, of course, you put it underneath a fucking rocket engine. Of course, the fucking thing's going to blow the fucking thing out. Not to mention it's going to fucking burn the fucking candle to a cinder. Or melt it. Either way, pointless. It's just same as blowing candles out with a birthday cake. Big deal. Because that air is only going to blow over a certain area range in a room, unless you want it completely uniform. So it's literally up there, down here, right down to the floor, and it's just a wave of air. Mind you, that would probably double. I would guess the mathematics of all of it and the calculation. I guess it would double, and it will feel like And if you got like la-di-da-di-da, see, this is no brainer to figure out. You don't need a PhD. You don't even need a fucking PhD. Because if you've got multiple subs and they are able, without producing too much harmonic frequencies and distortion or whatever, and they just specifically do a certain range, but they don't do other frequency ranges, because when you got the other frequency ranges, they may sound a little bit too bloody annoying and loud. So you tailor it so I could get an airflow that could move out from, well, see, that's the problem. We've got a master alarm. We got a undervolt. Yeah. We got a projection screen in the way. So there's the problem. You're not going to get much fucking air blowing through a room, through a speak. Yeah, it will filter it off. And if you try pushing it, it'll only make a fucking worse presentation that you've ever fucking seen in your entire life. The screen will just be wobbling and distort in the fucking image. So it's got to be something that's where the ports are not interfered with a projection screen. Same goes with a cinema. Then most sound speakers or subs sometimes today are laying on the floor. They're below or on the floor, but they still got a master alarm. Oh, we got another problem, Houston. Well, what's that? The black masking, because that's going to filter some of the port air blowing out. So you got to design it so it's tricky, but it's not impossible, but it's just tricky. But if you get it, you would get an airflow that would move, but it's only going to do it at a specific certain time in a soundtrack where it's doing that, where it's pushing air and it's just blowing it out, and you just get this airflow movement sort of effect. But it's got to be so that it's not too, the whole system not deafening loud. Because I do that, I measure it with an SBL or RTA, whatever. I measure it off axis. It only gives me I only see the needle move a certain amount. If I have it pointing, I'm blowing air. I might as well just have it go there and casually blowing, and that needle's just going to go bang, bang, bang. Not an accurate reading, mind you. See? All this sub-bass shit. But most people, they just stick these things in front of the bloody projection screen, and they just like, well, what are you advertising? The speakers or the home theater fucking experience? Which is it? Yeah, I pretty got that sussed out.
Essentially, we're taking a sealed enclosure, converting it to a port, and then getting more output and lower end extension. Now, of course, you don't have to. You can run this just as a split and lower end extension. Now, of course, you don't have to. You can run this just as a sealed enclosure.
I tell you, either that guy has got a very resilient, bloody robust body. He's just had that thing leaning on his bloody leg, and he moves it. So let me look up the bloody specs on this bloody thing, for crying out. Must I do things all myself? You didn't even provide all this information in the video.
And it's not only
fucking advertisements.
Or get really mucky, which is why Fairy made the new big one, with double the stain removal and still so soft and sensitive skin. The new big one from Fairy. Messes and big messes. Always keep out of reach of children.
Oh, I like cats. Black cat. Yeah. Oh, big bear. Oh, look, there's bear. Big bear. Oh, dragons! Baby dragon in an egg.
Versus review. Looking at the kind of fun cuts that were cut out, people interactive. Now this is very slide that up, and that's ready. All right. Now this is very slide that up, and that's ready. All right. Now this is very similar in the design of the TN1 that I reviewed.
The one thing I don't like about this sub is the edge foam surround. How many years is that going to last until it deteriorates, and then you got to get a? You don't need to sell the sub and get another one because it should be satisfactory now, shouldn't it? You just need to get another edge foam surround. So you got to ask the manufacturer, blah 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 blah. This model, I know it's going to be discontinued within probably a couple of years. What about parts like edge foam surround, etc.? I mean, some edge foam surround that they put on some bass drivers and such. Some materials are pretty robust, and some are very rubbish, and they deteriorate in like the edge foam surround on the JBL Control 1 monitors. They lasted about 10 years. Then I buy myself a edge foam surround kit, and I just replace all the edge foam, just tear it all off, put and glue on a new edge foam surround, and they sound like they're brand new from day one. But I'm just wondering, because some materials, today they either use cloth surround, rubber surround, or edge foam surround. It's one of those 3 flavors. But yeah. And also, what's the excursion level? You don't want that sub doing stupid bloody things, really. Is he going to fully test it, this youth man? Is he going to check for harmonic distortions or check the amplifier itself, like blah, 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 blah? No, I doubt it. He's going to rush it just so he can pack it all back up in a box, and you suckers out there are just watching his video, giving it the likes, and the money's pouring in for the youth man. Shameless, really. No, let's have a look at this. So let's take a few sec. HSU. Bingo, found it. How much is it? £400? $400? Oh, that's a deposit. A deposit? How much is this bloody thing? I'm a little bit uncertain about that. Where's the specification? Oh, they got specification here, but they haven't got any frequency graph. Oh, they probably got some here on that bloody site, but I can't care less about Audioholics. Oh, the weight of it. You got something called what the blow is that the supercharger? The one with the ports? Is that a supercharger? And The other one is the ported, or with the. So you got 101 pound there, 101. And you got something at 50 pound. The JBL sub behind the screen there, one of the JBLs, 138 pound. And this one is 101. And then the other one is 50 pound. I'm a little bit curious about this. Bloody hell, it's very confusing looking at this pit. Looks like I'm looking at a reflect, because it's on a table that's reflective. It's confusing my eyes. So it's claimed it can go down to 17 hertz. Well, that's not true, because obviously it would go down to 16 and it's just rolling off, and it would go down. It will still produce a sine wave tone. So these specs where they say, it's like these JBL subs I've got. Crikey, they're decades old. Well, some of them are old. Some of them are not, but they can manage down to, It's not as if it stops at a certain frequency and it doesn't go any lower. So that's not true. They haven't got any spec unless they got on them. I don't really care. Probably rolls off, like that's it, and goes down to the lowest low, but gets very weak. And of course, if a sub gets very weak at the very lowest low frequency, what do? You just add another one, and another, and another, and another, and then you do the frequency sweep again, and then it goes from a single one, to about that. It goes up, but everything else goes up as well. But then you put a filter on it and smoothen it out a little bit, but you get a little bit more of the low. But like I say, you don't really want that sub going and then trying to. You can't really tell that. I think there's some infrasonic coming from that, just because I can see the driver moving, but you can't really hear it or notice it. You don't really notice it. You've got to have multiple sub-arrays literally crossed off at maybe 48 dB, 20 hertz, and just have big ass ports so they can just produce a load of air, but without doing too much of the harmonics. So they got to do it so you just get this but it's going to take seconds from the front to reach it. And once it's pressurizing and it's in the room and it's doing that, whatever, does it behave in the characteristics of real wind? Because you only have to go outdoors and watch how nature works. Look at how wind is moving dust or leaves around on the ground, circulate that way, and suddenly bush comes that way, and suddenly you get a rush of air going in down your ear canal. You move your head that way slightly, the wind doesn't go down your ear canal. I've been there before, I've experienced it. Wind circulates and moves. It's all up there. Not down there. Not down there and moving out. Be interesting to get two different, or maybe a multiple of wind fans. cooling fans. You just set them up. Basically, you I suppose you can start them up, synchronize them, start them up so they all start up at the same time. But that doesn't mean necessarily just because you give it voltage and they start the motors, there might be a slight bit of delay. But if you calculate it carefully, mathematically, so you know there's a blade in a specific position and a blade there, and they're identical fans, and then you start them up, or you hold it in a certain way, so one starts first and then the next one a little bit. So basically the blades and where they're pushing air out, there will be a slight difference in the timing. Another thing that's interesting, when you get a fan in front of you and you start talking into it, your voice goes, it fluctuates with the airflow. That's a great sound effect. That's something I didn't hear in Jurassic Park. It was complete fucking Skywalker, boring rubbish. Oh dear. That's what shit I do in the hospital. When I was in the hospital with my heart issue, it can be bloody boring. Most people just sit in their bed and just, take the meds, relax. I had to move around. I had to figure out what the fuck is going wrong with me. This shouldn't be happening. Period. I don't drink, I don't fucking smoke, I don't do drugs. This should not be happening to me. I just walk around the hospital and I see a fan and I just go, and a nurse says, "What are you doing?" "I'm doing science." You just talk into it, or even if you blow into it and it just makes this noise. Interesting sound. Great for recording. You create, and when you're really bored and you've got those earplugs that they give you, when you're in a ward and you've got people snoring like that at night time, or ranting like, fucking medication, fuck. And you've got other patients going, "Shut the fuck up." And I just say out loud, "Call the nurse and get some earplugs and you'll get a good night's sleep." So, but the earplugs they gave me had a filament on it. So you put them in your ears and they got a filament line attached to it. I tell you, that's great. It's great when you're walking around and you got the wind blowing against this piece of filament and you can hear it going into your ear in stereo. Kind of, interesting. See, that's what me is with sound and science and shit. But Shane Lee and Youth Man, the spare change and all that. Oh, please. They're just out there to sell shit that you don't want to buy. It's like, I look at this and I think, okay. So it's got ports on that, and then the other ones, bloody hell, I might as well. My cinema subs at present, they're all stuffed up. They're ported, so they're all stuffed up. So they're sealed. Do I like the frequency response? You betcha. I like the frequency response on it, but it has a trade-off. It's tiny. I'm not going to sweat over it, but I bet I like it better sealed. That's the thing. Buy subs that are ported and you can always seal them up. Just stuff a towel inside it. Sorted. Oh, actually, they should supply with these things. Like so if you got ports, they should supply something that fits not just fits into it, because I suppose you've got to check it just to see whether it's got any air leak. Because stuffing a towel or piece of foam or whatever into it, it's not necessarily saying it's 100% sealed. It might be slightly venting. It only needs to vent a little bit and show a slight difference in the frequency response. But when you test things, you're checking whether that sub or what is not got any whistly sounds or something, where it's got something like a break or a seal or something wrong. And that's not a big deal. Get some liquid nails, open it up, get it inside, pump some liquid nail into where you think it is. Problem solved. It's great stuff, that liquid nail. It goes hard as nails. You can use it. I think you can use liquid nail for quite a few things other than what they say it's used for. You can use it for a few other things. Great stuff. Cheap and great stuff. Definitely, that shit is made at Area 51. Alien encounters. It's fucking definitely. That fucking shit didn't come from planet Earth. It came from the universe. Of course it did. Everything, if you measure the materials or the chemical or some things, they got certain properties that say, yeah, it's from the Earth, but it's also from the universe. Can't really prove it, but so what else does this thing do? So I explain why he's got it leaning on his leg, because I would have thought that would have been bloody discomforting. I'd have thought his leg would have gone dead because he's got no blood flow going through his leg. So that's not very heavy.
Instead of one driver, we now have two. So this is a dual opposing system. Got a 15 active driver firing this way, another 15 active on the other side firing the opposite.
Yeah, I'm still stuck. We don't give a fuck about home theatre shit. I really don't. I want to get two subs to locate at the back of the room for diverting the low frequencies off a certain frequency range from the overheads and mostly maybe some of the sidewalls and mostly the side and back. I've looked at a few things, but trying to get, I've got two subs, but they're two different models entirely. I could use those, get away, do a little tuning on the filter, the basic crossover filters they got on it, and maybe use a little additional, or maybe not use the crossover filters, just open them up to the highest range they go, and then use the crossover filters on the Storm processor. It's using doing it something cheap, effective, cheap, effective and cheap. Because I was thinking, what the fuck would I want to buy a rail subwoofer for? Well, they're a little bit cheaper than an SVS, which I think SVS are a little bit overrated. And yeah, it's looking at the enclosure size, because I want to put it on two of them are at the back of the room, even though I got a sub at the back of the room. But it's a different type of sub. That's okay. At least it was cheap. But did I need two of them? Fucking hell, crying out loud. I tell you, that Jurassic Park fucking trash fucking movie, DTSX, would have been fucking boring. We've taken the, so you use a crossover filter sub thing on your processor, whatever, and you take the low frequencies from the overhead into the subs. It would have been fucking boring. Those were hardly active. A couple of times throughout the whole movie running time. Boring. And this guy that I was talking with in Hollywood telling about all this blah 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 blah. Yeah. Well, I know what I think about Star Trek the motion picture on 4K. It sucks. I don't like it. I don't like the fact that they make the bridge more active with sounds, blur and tweaking, and like it is in the TV show. It just sounded goofy. Because when they add more of that active sort of sound, like in Star Trek 2, different sort of sound, I think they should have took that sound like sort of like, but generate it differently. So it's in Star, because the bridge design hadn't changed that much. Most of it's more or less the same. It just altered slightly in its redesign. But like I say, electronics don't usually make all these fucking noises. I could put a, oh gosh, might as well just fucking go and grab it and tantalize you with fucking, oh wow, that's interesting. Oh, I won't get that information on the Youthman channel. Oh yes, oh we, oh whoopee. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, standing up and blood pressure does not agree. I give myself 2 thumbs down. Oh, I can feel the blood pressure circulation in my ears. Fuck's sake. Can I die fucking soon, please? Because I'm sick and tired of living like this. This ain't fucking living. This is just fucking surviving. I just got to make sure the battery's okay, because it could be the battery's getting a little. Because even though I haven't used it in months, that battery was still drained. So so if I point it even at this camera, it gets a little louder because the camera is producing an electrical frequency noise. I'm just looking at the LED on that. Most of the other noise being picked up will be the light in the ceiling. You're picking up all sorts of other noise. Grab a phone, turn it on. And you can hear a little tick, 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 tick. That's because it's doing some sort of other frequency sound on the phone, which has been picked, but you don't hear it. You don't hear it. Now if I turn the screen off, that was just an update on the phone shit there. And I'll turn it back on. Then turn it off. See? Clever device that. It's called the sniffer. EMI RF signal. Even the keyboard will make a frequency. I think when I'm typing on the keys, so hang on. Oh yeah, so if I press some of the keys on here, makes a whiny sound. See? You won't get that shit on the Youth Man channel, I can tell you that.
Explain what this is for.
Check those amplifiers and all this other shit out, because it all makes so you think, that's interesting. And you can plug it in with the headphone, plug it into a headphone so you get a full range sound, because you only get a tiny limited frequency response sound on the little speaker. Or you can plug it straight into an RTA analyzer, so you'll be able to see the actual frequency, random frequencies. The sniffer. You get these on over on eBay, Amazon. Very cheap. Very cheap. It's even the laptop up there. And the frequency does it too. Well, because I've got that bloody light above me, so I've got to turn the light off because it's picking up too much of that frequency from the light because it's on the mains. That's interesting. So if I put it near the Storm processor, turning the volume dial, I can hear it going. See? I'll put this back. Put this back. EMI RF sniffer. Totally. The home theatre is not complete without it.
We're here after we get this box. Let's see where the woofers are. So there's a woofer there.
Yeah.
Amp plates back here. So I'm going to swing it around.
Don't you find this guy sexy? He's too sexy for his fur on the catwalk.
I want to tilt it on the side that doesn't have any components like a driver.
You gotta
with
be
its side
kidding
that
me.
doesn't have any component.
Bloody hell, a child of bloody 6 years old could move that thing around. That thing's... Is that the one that's 50 pounds in weight? That is hardly... It's like it's made of bolster wood. The supercharger. Oh no, that's the other sub, isn't it? Oh yeah, he hasn't unboxed it. Yeah, he hasn't unboxed it. Oh yeah, the supercharger's over there. Oh yeah, it's not unboxed up. Could have done this on a live video. Couple of hours, you know. Get your back into it. It's not like you got heart issues like I have. I can't do that shit anymore. Pisses me off. Otherwise, yeah, I got fucking videos where I'm testing speakers out for nearly up to 6 hours. Fucking hell, and I swear I won't get that 6 hours back. I could have just gone to bed. I tested every component on the bloody speaker, even the passive crossover, and my goodness, the results were shocking. Bloody hell, not one bit of the passive crossover had a frequency that overlaid. They were offset. Oh, that'll explain why it sounds a little different. That's why I highly strongly recommend when you got speakers for your screen channels and shit, do it with a DSP, loudspeaker management crossover, because you know the crossovers and everything are going to be spot on. But are the components spot on? Of course they're not. That's why the equalizer is used to straighten all that crap out. For most people, you're all brainwashed by all this bullshit with home theatre shit. Oh, it's room correction. It is fucking not room correction, for Christ's sake. If you put microphones up close to those components, do the frequency sweep, and then you look at the whole bloody overlays of every, and then you realise what the bloody hell's going on here. That's a few dB down, and you know your ear might not notice it. So you got to get it all straightened out. That's what the EQ's for, electronically, to correct it. It's like taking a piece of sandpaper to a piece of wood that's fucking not straight. At the spirit level, no. Oh, spot on. But most people don't probably see it that way. Like a piece of sandpaper is like an equalizer. It is. Essentially, it equalizes the smoothness and the bump out of that fucking wood or whatever the bloody plaster thing on a wall, and you measure it, and you think, oh yeah, sand it, and then measure it, spot on. Not that you're going to notice it from a distance like there, unless of course you're looking at an angle and you think, yeah, I can see a little bump in it. But really, you're going to notice it. It's not like Mount Everest, you know. Some of these fucking peaks and up and down on these fucking speakers, even mine, no speaker is perfect. But the rack is pretty useless. There's not enough frequency bands on it. Otherwise, you're cutting corners. Oh, you look at this range here. Oh yeah, that's pretty. That's a tiny deviation of a few dB. Yeah, maybe I'll put a filter there, widen the Q bandwidth, and bring it down, and so forth. You don't have to worry about what the frequency response on that amp. It's what comes out of those speakers that matters. So you could put a microphone back here, and then you think, but is it correct? Is it correct? You can have that stupid fucking trinnov with its bullshit 3D bullshit, and you could put it there, pointing that bloody fucking way. Do the frequency sweep. Whoop. Doesn't prove anything. You might as well save the frequency sweep to aft, but put the fucking microphone close to those speakers. Each speaker one at a time. So you disconnect the bass drivers so you don't get any interference, and you do a sweep on those mid-range or those high-range HF horns, and then you look at the A, B, C, D, E, E, F, whatever, how many you got, to see if the frequency responses are overlaying. That is the trick. If you measure headphones, they should identically be the same. And if they're not, then you just use an equalizer to get it the same. Ideally, headphones are all over the fucking place. Fucking hell, they're more worse than fucking loudspeakers. Hearing on the top end, it rolls off. But then you look at these speakers and you think, they're going almost flat. And then they just take a gigantic dip almost when they're getting up to the high highs. Not that you can hear those high highs easily. They're extremely hard and difficult to notice because you've got all the other frequencies in front of you, in your face. And you've got those other you've got the other frequencies that are, they're up there, and the other ones, they're in front, but they're down here. You don't notice them because the other ones are causing masking effect. You got to design it so eventually you got everything flat, and then you start messing around with high pass filters and elevating it so it can go up high, so it doesn't distort, it doesn't clip the amplifier. It's got plenty of headroom from the lowest up to the highest peak whenever that happens, or you put an audio limiter in there so you prevent audio damage to the amplifier. But you got to make sure those tweeters can handle it, or those HF horns can handle it. Because one last thing you want to do is generate distortion, and you burn out the voice coil. Otherwise, film soundtracks or music, that can go up to about, who cares, 20,000. I couldn't care fucking less. That's why my cats find it boring, because they couldn't give a fuck about it. Put a filter at 48 dB, so bang, it cuts off all the other high frequencies. You set it at about 8 kilohertz. You just hear, that's all you hear. Fucking boring. It's mumbo jumbo fucking gibberish to my ears, to our ears, because it's like, is there a voice there or something? Fucking hell, I can't really tell until you put it at a certain frequency range, and then it's like, oh right, I can make out a voice conversation. But when it's like, might as well reserve that for those science fiction laser sound effects or whatever the fucking are in movies. Because that's all it's fucking good for. It's not really good for fucking music. That is what I've learned over the fucking decades. Stop using your fucking Dirac and your fucking whatever it is and believing it's a fucking room treatment fucking thing. Room treatment is applying actual materials to the walls and ceiling to manipulate those frequencies. And it's very few far between you're going to see a fucking decent result. Otherwise, what's the point of trying to think, that sub-bass speaker placed, placed over there, maybe move it around, and you've got all the microphone shit. Yeah, microphone shit. You don't have to put it on the floor. You can raise that sub off the floor so it's halfway. Does it matter? Of course it doesn't. I could play the sub bass behind the bloody screen on the 5-screen speakers. I could play it on channel 2 and 4, so it sounds like it's in line with the other speakers. And when I switch to the ones on the floor, oh, there's a difference. I actually prefer if the screen speakers had a little bit more capable to go a little bit lower, extending down. They will do, but they will start making port chuffing noises because they're unless I stuff the ports up. But they will, but a very low SPL level. But is there a difference? Oh, wow. Wow, it's like playing Star fucking Wars. Fucking hell. Channel 2 and 4, the baby boom, or whatever you want to fucking call it. Fucking hell. Fucking night and day. There is a difference. There is a difference. It's not easy to pick something that's heavy, move it around the room. Just, place middle height may be the best optimum position.
It's like a driver or an amplifier when I ding it up.
Yeah. Wow. Oh, for crying out. My cat can move that thing around easily. Come on. Put your back into it. If I didn't have heart issue, I could carry those things up the stairs in a breeze. They're not that heavy. But here's the thing: if you want to make that sub solid and stable on the floor, so it's a no-brainer. You just get some heavy weight and put it on top of the damn thing. Keeps it pressed down onto the. Unlike that guy with his 33-inch sub bass speakers, and the bloody objects in his room are just wobbling around. What? Dear oh dear. He needs to put some weight on top of those bloody. What are those things made out of? Bolster wood? Those JBLs hardly move. Almost killed me trying to carry that bloody thing up the bloody stairs. That bloody thing there. And that was with the help of someone else. I had to take the 18 driver out to lessen the weight and then carry the enclosure up and then just put the driver back in. The other things that I got, oh, for God's sakes. Fucking hell. I didn't have heart fibrillation then, but fucking hell, they almost killed me. 2 of them carrying up the bloody. How the fuck am I going to get this up the stairs? So what I think I do is that's the sub, that's the stairs, and I just tumble it and then put my back into it, lift, up it goes, and so on and so on. I had to do it that way. Couldn't think of any other way around it. Stupid as well, because if it slipped, it would have pushed me back so fast, it would have killed me. Stupid. Always ask for some help. Had I could have got inside the enclosures, I could have taken out bass drivers, and that would have lessened the weight a little bit. I made it just a little bit bloody hell. That was a pain in the arse. It took me hours just to bloody open the damn things up because some idiot fucking put black fucking paint all over the fucking screws. I had to pick out all the fucking paint on the fucking crossheads. Fuck you now. One driver was completely fucking knackered. Didn't even look like it was part of the damn. And I had to get new drivers to put inside it. Oh, pain in the arse. And I had to do frequency tests, impedance testing. And then I stick 2 of them behind the screen for a couple of weeks or so. There's only one behind that OLED. And the other one's right at the back of the room. And I moved it, turned them around, put one at the back, one at the front. But they're not parallel because there's a stupid fucking radiator at the back of the room. That's not a problem because the radiator off the wall is only about that much So it's like this seating is floating on the floor. It's not attached. The whole weight of it keeps it on the floor because it's so fucking heavy. All I do is around his armrest, tie something around the armrest, and then pull one way, and then tie around the other way, pull, and it only shifts by a little bit at a time. Shift it forward. Oh yeah, that makes sub-bass difference. Because if I'm in this position and I go forward, oh, amazing. Amazing. That's brilliant. Oh, wow. But don't forget, our rooms are not shaped like an auditorium. They're not like the simple classics. They're shaped like that. Not wide at the back, narrower at the front. And then you got the ceiling that's less height at the back and it's more steeper at the front. That's the reason for the smoothing it. And a lot more as well because of the length of the bloody thing. Because the low frequencies have got long wavelength. And then they get shorter. And that's why, yes, speakers should really, realistically, be more or less close to the middle of the room. They shouldn't be too close to the sidewalls. Our homes, are not like that. So we've got to compromise. But sound still works. Just doesn't mean it's going to work necessarily great. It's not going to be great. It's like you can hear the same soundtrack of a movie, boom, and then you find out, oh, it's playing at a local cinema. You go down there, you sit at the front row, you look how wide that screen is. It might be 40 feet wide or something. The stereo spread and everything else, the bass range and everything is a complete opposite to what it is in the home. And so, is a home better? Not necessarily. It's disappointing sometimes downtown when it's like, bloody hell, they could put a little bit more into it. Yeah, but cinemas are not like that anymore. THX is not really a thing anymore. Although I was talking to someone last night and he said it is still, and he did sort of think probably the last time THX was owned was but with Creative Audio Sound or something. But then it got sold to Razor. He said there is one in my local area but they don't really plaster it like their THX. But nah, it if I see something there in THX in an auditorium, is it going to be anything like? Maybe. But it's like KFC. KFC doesn't even taste the fucking same anymore. Ugh, repulsive. Bloody poor bloody creatures boiled in hot water. They used to fry it or something. I think that's what they used to, but now it's done differently. And the French fries, or whatever you want to call them, fucking hell. Bloody awful. Seriously, you might as well get French fries from some other restaurant or some other takeaway place where they look firm, golden and crisp, not soggy, like they came out of a bloody dustbin and then served up into a bloody cardboard box. Really? Yeah, but when you got that bloody vile KFC, fucking hell. Oh, you dunk those French fries, whatever the fuck they are, into the gravy. Oh, it just takes away how bad those French fries are on their own. Terrible.
All right, so I'm gonna have to repackage this back up. So let's see if I can move this without having to cut it. Oh yeah, there we go. Nice. Slide that up. You guys ready? All right. Now this is very similar in the design of the TN1 that I reviewed, but instead of one driver, we now have two. So this is a...
All right, I've seriously given it enough more time than most people were flipping careful. Where's that other one? No, where's that other one? Oh God, here we go again. Another bloody direct, bloody bullshit, bloody blah, blah, blah. It's not a bloody room correction, for crying out loud.
And then compare it to Odyssey, right? So direct live bass management, bass control versus no EQ versus or pure direct versus Odyssey. And that's just one question. I've gotten similar questions ever since I posted my video on the True Target by Magic Beans and the direct live calibration. And then,
What is with the jumping in the video editing?
Their videos on or tutorials on how to run direct live bass control, how to run direct live in general, and do I prefer using curtains and so on and so forth, right? So what I figured I'm going to do in my head is...
See, most people have only got a single microphone in the home. Fucking, how many microphones have I got in this room? I think I've got about 15 so far. But like I say, I can't be asked to care to finish this project. Up to 24 microphones, I can't be asked. Because if I were to take all these, well, I've probably got to disclude this one. I can't include this into the, because it's a USB. I'll have to use all the other ones that are XLR. And if I make an array, so they're like that, so they're all pretty close to each other. Now, what do you think that's going to look like on the RTA or even the pink noise? The frequency sweep, I'll leave that last. The pink noise, because when you move around, we listen, we're going to do it either way. You can do a frequency response that you think you got room, Q, magic, perfect. You start moving around there into different air and different spots. One ear is going to, different to the, where's my dummy? Oh, it's in the other room. I don't use I build a fucking dummy head and I hardly use it. How about that? because it's fucking ideal. That dummy head. How many dummy heads would I need? Ah, gosh. But anyway, multiple microphones, so they just going across literally. How many microphones? Well, this USB one is more or less the same diameter. They're all the same sort of diameter. They look similar to a Behringer or all the other microphones, apart from some other ones where they got a slightly cosmetic different design. But so you take those, like say, like your fingers, and you put them all together. Well, that's 9, that's 8, isn't it? So not that they'll be shaped like that, different. They'll all be placed at the same height level or the smooth same level. So they go literally from the side over there, right across. Put the pink noise out, which spreads out into the room, and then I'll just observe and look, and then think and take some evaluation of looking at that way. Even though I would prefer to put the microphone close to the, but that's tricky when it's close to the projection screen, because that's like me standing on a step ladder up near close to those HF horns, and they're going to sound complete opposite to what they do sound here. They're going to be completely opposite. It's like when I do a test, or I had to do an alignment check on the diaphragm. That's the magnet, the diaphragm, and you've got to take out all the things apart, realign the diaphragm, do the frequency sweeps, and so you got with the microphone very close, and so you do the sweep so that it looks good. You do a double check with single sine wave tones on the lower frequency range of the HF sound, so down to 500, 400, 300, maybe 250, and observe any harmonic frequencies and observe the tonality to see whether it sounds like going doo. I could put that on an RTA, and then what I would see is I'll see a tone kind of fundamental, and then when I do that, I'll see another tone coming up, which is kind of like, it sounds like it's not harmonic, it's just not aligned correctly, and you've got to wiggle it, and then you've got to tighten the screws down very gently. Very tricky. And long hours in doing it, not something that's done in a few minutes. Fucking long hours and boring. Yeah, that's something that I doubt Youth Man or Shane Lee or the others, I doubt they even got the patience to do that. Me now, fucking hell, it would exhaust me. It would fucking drain my fucking energy. Yeah, when you got a HF on a bench in front of you, and then you got to test all the others as well. Fucking hell. Because you got to make sure when you do the frequency sweeps, you've got the microphone that's the same distance, you do all the sweeps, and then you see how far off. Then you realise, it's got this characteristic, which is similar to the JBL website frequency response on their PDF file. It's the same character. It's got the same similar characteristic. You think, I need a filters, EQs here, alter this here, and then maybe take this range here and sort of bring it down so it's almost like flat, and then I'll put a filter up on it and elevate it. And of course, when it goes up behind the screen, you know what it looks like on the bench because you just tested it. And then you put it up behind the screen, and then you've got a fabric and screen material there, and then you test it again with the microphone in the same on axis, or you could do off axis, do multiple tests, and then look at the result and then think, I've got a few dB, but it's a little bit more than that. Because when you put a speaker behind a screen, you get this effect. you get that whooshy effect. But you don't get that whooshy effect because you're not moving the screen back and forth, back, la, 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 like that, where it would make that sound. But if you had something that could be behind, but you just get basically the same screen material or whatever it is, and then you put a speaker that you can manageably. HF horns are pretty heavy to move back and forth like that, but you just put something else there behind it, something smaller, a little HF horn, and then you just move it, or you get someone to move it back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, while you observe on the other side. Then you'll just hear this, you just hear that movement. And so the HFs have got to be placed carefully, because I could do this and move my foot and move my hands, and I'm hearing different spike sounds in the syllables, and I'm hearing wavy sounds on my ears. You see, that's how fucking complex I fucking get. I'm not like all this random bullshit, same fucking story shit on fucking YouTube. Fucking hell, it's boring. And we all know what we got when you got microphones placed near fucking seating and all that shit. That seating's interacting and altering and changing, so you're getting sound hitting the seat, blah 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 blah. Fucking hell. It's not difficult. It just takes a lot of hard fucking effort to get the tonality to go from one to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other, to sound identically the same. Otherwise, you get panning sounds and all that, and it's like something doesn't sound right. You know, it's a fucking no-brainer, really. But then to get that same tonality, which is not possible, you can get the frequency to look similar, but you're not going to get the actual tonality characteristic of a HF horn to go from the screen channels to go over to the surrounds. There's going to be slight, differences. It's tricky. Otherwise, yeah, might as well just use the same drivers. If you're using the same drivers for the surrounds, even though the surrounds are located closer to the auditorium seating patrons, the sound is coming directly at our ears at this angle, and the other ones at the back are, and the ones on the fucking shitty fucking ceiling are firing down. No, they're firing down. They're spreading out. They're going in all fucking. You measure it. Fucking hell. It's no brainer shit, for crying out. You measure it. I was thinking the other fucking day, I might like to change these speakers around and just do it in the same. But the trouble is the middle ones. That's not really a big deal. It is not something you go on fucking that stupid overrated fucking AVS forum site or fucking audio science review, and you type in some stupid meaningless crap about, should I angle the speakers this way, that way? Fucking hell. Oh, what difference is it going to make? And you just get all these vultures coming out like the woodwork. Oh yeah, because you know what? They're probably in the insiders. Oh, this is money to me. Oh, it's my bread and butter. I don't fuck off. So, speakers on the ceiling, I was just thinking. The two middle, the middle and the ones on the back, they're shaped or angled. They're at the same, position, except for the ones at the front on the left and right. They're firing so they look like they're facing forward. But does it make a difference? Because if I turn it slightly around the other way, and measure it with the RTA, the pink noise and such, I don't think I'm going to see much of a big deal of a difference. Yes, it's true. If you angle it slightly and you see it on the RTA, you see that high frequency going from about there, and then it just goes up a little bit. But that's the high highs. It's not changed that much. It's a few dB. It's a trifle. And you got to make sure that all right, you got that frequency response and but it's like I say, a microphone there, pretty fucking useless. You need an array going right across the room. That's my philosophy on it. But no one in their right mind is going to fucking spend nearly up to close to £1,000 or $1,000 for a fucking shitload of microphones to go literally. Or there's the alternative. You can get the capsules and you can do a DIY version so it can fit onto a piece of wood or plastic or metal, whatever. So it's attached, so then you can fit it in place. But then you still need then to get the other little bit of electronic component to connect to it, and then it's got to then how do you connect it up to the computer and shit? Yeah, because that's a fucking lot of microphones. What do you do? What do you do? I've got to be thinking, well, it's got to be something cheap like phantom power or something, XLR, phantom power, positive, negative, ground, etc. La-di-da. Otherwise, yeah. You can see how it looks with one microphone. Then you get an array, put them together, look at the result, and you think, yeah, gonna need a lot more microphones. Gonna need a lot more.
Plug in the USB.
Oh, it's a USB. The USB microphone.
All right. Now that the mic is in place, we are going to take our measurements. So I have the Denon.
But the thing is, you take the measurement. Okay. But that microphone is not in the exact same position as it was when you first took a reading in that room. It's slightly, and like I say, only needs to move around slightly, and you're going to get different in the overlay. When you look at the overlays, they're going to be, that microphone is literally got to go back in the exact same position. First time, second time, every time. How do you do that? Could you use GPS? Maybe laser or something. So you got laser sort of guidance, and so that you know the distance, the degree angle, blah blah blah. So that microphone literally goes boom in the exact same position. You just got to move it, wiggle it a little bit, and until it's exactly bam, splat right in the bloody same position as when you took. Otherwise it's randomly always going to be. But you just play that pink fucking noise, and you just move like that, and the sound goes like goes like that. Don't panic. Don't panic. Because when we do that in reality, you hear that sound. You're just not observed. None of you out there are even clued up to even remember. If I get two hands, I can just sense a pressure, a slight pressure change. But it's almost like I can't even put a figure on it. I just notice because my hand's getting too close to my ear, and I just notice a pressure change. Could be infrasonic. something really not to panic over, I guess. Otherwise, you lot out there with your Dirac and your Odyssey, you really will, and your magic beans, you really will go stir crazy.
Web interface enabled here. I'm going to go into the frequency sweeps using Direct Live and with Odyssey. So first, for here.
Whoa! Blop, blop, blop. Yow!
All right, so these were the 3 pure direct variable smoothing. Okay, so this is my, forgot to switch to all SPL. Sorry, guys. All right, so we are in the 20,000 range. Let me change the color here. So now we got our front and we got one surround. Let's go ahead and measure the LFE pure direct. So I got the subwoofer here. All right, so these were the 3 pure direct readings. Now we're gonna go and turn on, we're gonna start with Odyssey, okay? So let's go to Odyssey first.
2001, A Space
take my
Odyssey.
receiver off of the pure direct mode, enable surround. Okay, here we go, Odyssey. Turn on the reference mode, leave all of the other settings off. Get back out. Make sure everything is still in order. Go to our generator. Remember, I said we needed to do this to make sure we are at the same level. All right, so let's go. And we are at -29 on the volume dial of the Marantz. So that was important. Okay, so let's run the LFE using Odyssey. Everything else remains the same.
Your volume dial should be at reference level or 0 or number 7. And you generate the tone going into it, -20. And then you just turn up those levels on the gain levels on the amplifier until you've got a comfortable, for the home, 75. Unless you want to go 85. You could have, say, I could probably design that into the Storm. Design one so it's at 75, one it's 85, and that's just adjusting the output levels. So, you know, making sure that the levels going also to the amplifiers is a-okay. It's not going to clip the amplifiers. So you get all the gain, and then you just set everything. So when that volume is at, you know, what I don't like about the Storm audio is when you put the volume at 0, it doesn't go any higher. That's weird. It goes higher on the SDDS. It goes up to 0. It goes up to +10. If it's on the CP 750, 200, whatever, the fader level is usually 7, and then I can just turn it up to 10, and no, it doesn't go to 11. Because even 7 is sometimes bloody loud, sometimes, depending on some of the horrendous bloody movie mixes that they have done. And you think, what the fuck are they? What they call this fucking movie? An airbuster, for Christ's sake. Yeah, that's what I don't like about the Storm. I think the dial on the Denon, I can't remember. I think that goes, if I turn it on, it goes to +16. It goes to about +16 on this. Need my glasses. Just got to turn the dial up. No, it goes up to +18. And you don't want to put the bloody, unless, of course, you've got a bloody soundtrack that's incredibly bloody low in level. Otherwise, you just wouldn't. Otherwise, you'd just damage the amplifier or the internal amplifiers. You just put them into clipping mode, and then the thing will turn off automatically because it's got a fail safe to shut off the amplifiers before it damages the amplifiers. But yeah, plus 18 on there. I think that got a high synad rating. Not that I care about fucking synad. Almost made the, I'm not sure, I think the trinnov or the stormaudio look shameless. I want to see results here.
The crossovers, and that's what they are. They're 70 hertz set by with the Magic Beans plus Direct Live bass control. I did have to increase the volume on the Denon by about 4 clicks to bring it to 75.6 dBs. Once all of that was completed, I went back into REW and reran all of the sweeps. And let's talk about the sweeps, and in general, let's talk about all of the comparisons now. Here is my left speaker in pure direct mode. Here is the surround right speaker. The natural, roll off for these speakers in the bass output, and as far as bass is concerned, is 49 hertz at minus 6 dBs, right? So 49 hertz would be about here. They started to roll off, as far as the surround is concerned, at around 54. So in the range, right? This is where they should ideally roll off, not like the left or the right front speakers, right? Where the bass goes all the way to 30 hertz, 30 hertz, right? So the reason for that is the speakers are inside a cubby and the projector screen comes on top of them, and inside 30 hertz, right? So the reason for that is the speakers are inside a cubby and the projector screen comes on top of them. And are inside a cubby and the projector screen comes on top of them, and cubby and the projector screen comes on top of them, and it essentially produces better bass. Now, that does not impact, it actually gives me better output if it does not impact right? So the reason for that is the speakers are inside a cubby and the projector screen comes on top of them, and it essentially produces better bass. Now, that does not impact, it actually gives me better output. If you take a look at this, in the bass region, right, there is no drop off, there is no significant bump over here all the way, and then from about 200 or 255 hertz, this is the low mid-range rate, to I want to say 1000 kilohertz. They're very similar, the surround right and my front speaker, just a few differences due to the location of the speaker.
Yeah. And I'm thinking way. Like, what about make a cube microphone array? So it's like a cube, like the Borg. Microphone is futile. Oh, that's so lame. So it's like a cube, but how the fuck do you do a cube microphone array? Well, kind of like a cube, but what I was thinking is well, first measure it up close, and then see what the results are. And like say, got to place those HF horns carefully near the screen, so they're angled, so that they're beaming sound down into this room. Like the screen was changed last year, I think it was, because the stage channels, when I first put them in, I should have taken down the wooden thing that the thing sat on, because the HFs were a little bit too damn high up behind the screen. And I can only get them down as much as, because of the sub-bass drivers, the sub-bass boxes are too high. I can only lower the stage down so much, but I managed to get everything lowered down, I think by about 8 inches. Made a difference in the directivity of the HF sound, a little bit clearer, and I got a little bit more like, oh wow, but sometimes those HFs can sound bloody loud. Or if I want them to sound calm, I just put some audio limiting on, and it will just automatically, so when things go too fucking loud, it will just automatically calm it. And then when all the soft sounds play, because the audio limiting won't be taking any action, because of the threshold is -24 on the DCX. And so if I adjust the levels carefully, the output levels, so I'll give it a little bit boost, but the audio limiters will cut in when things like very loud sounds and they sound very unrealistically, you know. But it will make makes the soft sounds very, very nice. All the soft ambient sound, the nuances. Actually, it brings out a little bit more. Or I could use the stormaudio limiter, but the trouble is that just goes over the entire frequency range. I can't adjust it to a little part of the range, although that's not impossible to do. I just put a filter on the full range and lower it down with a shelf filter and just lower down the bass, but I compensate on the DCX and increase the bass output on the gain level, bring it up, but put a little increase on a shelf filter, so it's a certain frequency range, maybe 300 hertz, going up to the highest frequency, and that, once the audio limiter is set on the Storm, because it can go from 0 to -50 dB. -50 dB is quite sufficient, and if I get it set right and the level, it would automatically keep the balance over the screen channel, theoretically. That's a new tip you just got. But otherwise, I won't use that processor as a, oh yeah, crossover this, crossover that. Otherwise, you use up all the channel just for you use it then as a glorified loudspeaker management system, using up all the channels. So there's no logic to that. That's why most people with home theaters, they use up all that stupid thing for that stupid trinnov sub-bass bloody thing. Can't that thing bloody be designed so you use the DB25 outputs, up to a maximum of 32 channel, if it's a 32 channel processor, and then use the remaining XLR outputs, which I believe are 16 outputs, and then use those for sub-bass. Yeah. Isn't that doable? Surely. That is 16 channels enough. And it's just doing the same shit, you know. It's not going to be doing shit like that now, is it? Because there's no discrete LFE 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 15, 16. There's not any of that available. though you can trick and take bass from other channels around the room, but they're not automatically always going to get the same signal. They're going to be completely different. But yeah, I can go and grab that movie Speed. Was it the AC-free Laserdisc? Oh, there's no point with that. I mean, it's okay, but fucking hell, I could just quickly put the DVD in. Depending on which DVD it is, because one DVD has got the LFE signal, all the others, and the AC-free, and I suppose the DTS Laserdisc doesn't have an LFE signal on it. Weird.
And furthermore, the fact that the left speaker is located in in that cubby area, it should impact.
Meet the powerful bladeless fan that puts a whole new spin on cooling.
Oh, maybe I can use this as a sub-bass speaker.
Sharp Turbo Blade.
The high.
Shark Turbo Blade. Shark sub-bass blade. Now available at good retailers.
Right? It does not. It actually produces better highs and mids. And as far as a roll off is concerned, they both have that natural roll off after 10,000 hertz, right? So with that in mind, I'm going to.
Does it have a natural roll off? Does it have a natural?
Upper mids, right? It does not. It actually produces better highs and mids. And as far as a roll off is concerned, they both have that natural roll off after.
This guy can easily pick his speakers up, take them out to the back garden, do a frequency sweep, and see what the result looks like, because then they are not conflicting with the room. And then you see what the result looks like. And you think, and you put them back in the room. It's doing that again. Making sure the microphone's in the same position. So you probably got to get multiple microphones. So you make sure that microphone stays in that one position if you want to. Otherwise, it's like you play the pink noise and you move it around and it just goes, it's going like that. Otherwise, I don't think those speakers are naturally right. It's probably something going on with the room doing that, which is minor. It's minor. But should it be EQ'd or corrected? That's the thing. You've got to test these things up close to see what it looks like. And if it looks like, well, okay, you're seeing these dB minor drops in here and that, and you think, yeah, you need that EQ to correct it. How many EQs do you need, actually? You need quite a lot of EQ. So you got to do one that's going to compensate for the speaker, and one that's going to maybe do minor correction, but not room correction, but minor correction in the frequency, because the way it's traveling across, and then you want to get everything as smooth and as possible within a few dB or degree angles or whatever. You want to get it so it's within a very tight, from the front row to the back row, or over the seating area. So it only deviates a few dB, not too much, but just a little. You're never going to get it spot on, because it's impossible. Unless, of course, you're wearing headphones. And we don't listen to things on headphones. Headphones is like, oh, yeah, for some private, or, oh, it's too late, and there's all this bullshit. Oh, for Christ's sake. You think in the event of a fucking earthquake that's going to be fucking magnitude of whatever, 7 or 8 on the Richter fucking scale, you think an earthquake's going to say, oh, sorry to disturb you all at 2 a.m. in the morning, but I'm having an earthquake. Does anyone moan about that? Or, yeah, it's strange. It's strange on human chemistry, human. Yeah, it's very, very, very strange. I don't think that's. I think that's something that's, because I've measured these drivers with the microphone close. Pain in the ass, mind you. And you look at the results on the, it's a little bit more than that because they're on crown amplifiers. They got a bit of a weird. I don't know. You got to measure the frequency response on the amplifier first, so they all look identical, and then measure the response on the speakers because they're passive crossovers, three-way passive. Got to measure it with maybe 4 to 5 microphones. That's quite a bit. So all boom at the same time. So one microphone near to the tweeter, one near the mid-range, one near the bass range, one near the port, because that's part of the speaker's action. And then get a frequency response reading from it. Or alternatively, had I had the time, which I got a lot of time, but I haven't got the energy I haven't got the energy to move around this room a lot. So when I stand up, I start to feel dizzy and shit. Because my legs require weight and pressure. And the upper part of the legs, they don't get on very well. Because there's not a sufficient blood flow going through. I noticed my leg the other night, which I'm going to see my MD soon. I'm going to see the MD. So I noticed a few things anyway. But, yeah. When you think you're feeling okay and all this, blah, 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 this is all the shit you care about.
The 10,000 hertz, right? So with that in mind, I'm gonna uncheck this around right. Now, let's bring in Odyssey. As far as Odyssey is concerned, at that 75 dB mark, Odyssey tamed the bass and all down, and it tried to calibrate it very closely to that 75 hertz range. Odyssey did bump up the upper mids by about 5 dBs, right? But then the roll off is about the same. So the main difference here is that in Pure Direct, I was getting better output. That's Odyssey versus Pure Direct. Now, let me bring in the left speaker, Magic Bean's Direct Live bass control, which is this right here. Let's just focus on this part right here from 100 hertz.
I don't see a big deal with Magic Bean, to be honest. Some people have been saying about Magic Bean, like, bloody hell, you got to spend that amount of money just for this Magic. If I want to get a bass boost and all that on my screen channels, it's no brainer. I just go onto the bloody DCX, I put a low pass filter, I put the pink noise through, and I'll just elevate it up a few dB and take the other frequencies down a little bit. And it just makes it seem like the bass is bigger. I don't need Magic Beans. Sorry, Magic Beans, but I kind of find the philosophy of moving the microphone around like that, because when you do that and observing pink noise as it's generating, you think, oh, right, it looks different. But when you do it very slowly, you can see that frequency response going down. But when you do it a little faster, because depending on the what's it called, the averages, I think, how fast that frequency response is reacting. Otherwise, you can put it on an average of 32. It's going to be very slow in reacting and give you a time result. You need it on a very, you know, so it's reacting pretty quick. But yeah, but when you do that, it's just like, I could do that with my ears. But if I did that, I mean, it'll be like, fucking hell, really? I fucking lost it, you know? I'm freaking out. I'm having a fucking seizure. I'm having a fucking magic bean seizure. But yeah, very fast. That sound, that pink noise, will probably say a bit more instead of going, because that's what it's going to do. Just need some mics. Boom, 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 boom. Set up in an array. Run the pink noise through, and then just observe the response. One speaker to the other, to the other, to the other. You've got so many filters on a Behringer DCX, which is not enough. You've got so many filters on a Dirac, which not really enough. And Odyssey, well, that's there's no point in that. It's just not enough filters. Every little bit of one of those filters is made up of a single sine wave. If you haven't got that many filters, then how the bloody hell are you going to tackle it? You just be chasing your tail around in fucking circles. And no one wants to chase their tail around in fucking circles. Want to get it sorted. Need at least 20,200 filters per channel. So all this fucking bullshit they keep fucking selling, fucking hell, it ain't worth it. Because I don't use it, because it's just completely fucking waste of. I'd only be able to do a small portion of it. I wouldn't be able to do the whole lot, the full Monty. 20,200 should be enough filters to tackle it. Microphone. Turn it on. Okay, that's active on the microphone. USB. Go up to the highest frequency. Turn that down. Oh yeah, I've got to use the what's it, so I'll generate it out on me. I think it's that mode. Into there. Oh, it generated a what's it? Well, how many of these out have we got? Well, let's see, 1, 2. Oh, hang on, number 16. Oh yeah, number 16. So I don't want to turn those off. I could leave those ones to turn on there. Because they're turned off on the DCX. So I'll leave those turned on. Save it. Okay. Go to, because I'm only generating sine. Okay. Put it there. So adjust it there. I'm going to either generate a sine wave tone on the processor, or do it on the DCX. Do it on the REW. Just got to check the input level. It's on number 7 computer. Okay. Generator. 20 sine wave. And there I got a 20 hertz sine wave on the RTA. That's been picked up. Oh, who wants to come in? Who wants to come in? Is that you, Mel? Bear? Is that you, Bear? What do you want to go in? You want to come in? What's going on there? What's going on now? Something unplug. Fucking useless fucking read. Back on. Okay, that's working. Okay. .20 Hz sine wave. Not that I can hear it audibly. It's up there. If I step down manually, 19.999, 98, 97. And if I just observe that high frequency up the top end up there, yeah, it's going up and down a few dB or so forth. But if I move the microphone here, and just move it a little bit, and it goes up, the frequency response goes up again on it. So it's pretty pointless putting these fucking microphones back here because you're going to get false readings. You get something near or close, but you're going to get some pretty false readings. So a little bit more to it too, you know. And could I hear that frequency? No. It's outside of my hearing range now, I'm afraid. You'd need to generate something on a speaker system with amplifier power. And you might just hear a tiny squeak, and you know, I'll tell you, but what it will look like on an SBL meter will be fucking alarming, fucking high. And to anyone that's got, you know, anyone that's young, less than 16 years old, if they start hearing that shit, they'll be putting their fingers in their ears crying because it will be extremely bloody painful. Theoretically. So it's pretty pointless putting a fuck because I can move the microphone a little bit closer over here. Look, frequency on it, it goes up, goes a bit higher. If I put that microphone close to the screen or HF horn, it will go even higher, and then I've got to readjust the levels and all sort of thing, you know. And it's like you got to have an array of microphones. You got to have, say, an array pointing on all those but you know, where they're behind the screen, so you can go from one speaker to the other without necessarily keep moving the fucking microphone around. Fucking exhausting. But pink noise. Where's it set? 10 to I've got set to lowest to the highest, but not that it makes much difference. Move the microphone. And then you get all that thing going up and down, and it's like, bloody hell, which part of it do you equalize? Because you could be equalizing false frequency. It's not a fucking room correction. If you clear everything out of the room and it's completely bloody bare, and then you absorb it, one, to get rid of the bloody echo, and then you can go start applying different materials on the wall, ceiling, and then placing the microphone, an array of microphones that you can trust for result, and then start doing the frequency sweeps and seeing what results you get and whether those results are really beneficially going to make a difference to your ear hearing position where you're sat in the bloody seats. Is it going to be like a little bit, or is it going to be like a big deal? Because if it is a little bit, then fucking useless. So I can see where it's rolling off. I can see where it's rolling off, and then, oh, well, that's easy to compensate. I'll just put a filter in down here and turn down so the level on the HF so it goes down a little bit, and then just put a high pass filter up on the upper part, and then just boost it up a little bit. It takes a little juggling. Otherwise, bit of a roll off there. But no speaker is perfect. That's probably using no EQ filters at the moment. Yeah, you change your mind after a while. Making your mind up. Changing your mind up. Oh, yeah. Don't forget, temperature always plays a factor in the whole thing. Oh, tiny degrees, I think, in high frequency. So if the room's pretty warmish above a certain temperature, because of speed of sound, you're not going to really notice it too much. It's not much really care much about. I'm just going to check my nail. Oh. Oh. flying saucer in fucking Independence Day. Comes out. Whoosh. I should balance the level out for the below surround so that the difference in the level, dB level, and the frequency, it's not too much of a big deal. I should more or less adjust it so I can notice a little bit more of the below surround matrix. Of course, I like to have it in several sound formats. So one where it's doing matrix, one where it's doing it raw, or kind of the same as the other channels, be whether they mono matrix, discrete mono, stereo surround. Yeah, need several formats. So it's wild when playing the signal on the below surround. Wow. It's not a single high-end home theater around that's got below surround. Apparently I'm the only one. Strange. Weird. If I had a bigger room, gonna need a bigger room, Chief. I had a bigger room. Yeah. I only want a room that's only about 5 feet wide, maybe 5 foot longer, or maybe 2 feet higher. And I can put a full Monty below surround with below sub bass as well. In floor sub bass, and that's when you start feeling it. And then with my other little ideas in mind, maybe I'll get that signal to go from like that to like that. And I've got a few ideas and tricks up my sleeve. But it'll only seem that way unless there's an actual mixed discrete version. Otherwise, got to keep waiting. I don't think there's going to be any improvement. It's not like that fucking movie Brainstorm. Huh. Yeah, I felt like I just ate. Science fiction. it still generating pink noise? I thought I'd turn the bloody generator off. Turn that off. What do you prefer, XLR or USB? Why can't there be a multi USB input for up to, well, a limitless amount of microphones? Yeah. Boring film soundtracks. Boring home theatre. It is boring. Let's have a look for something else. Let's have a look. almost sounded like the rain. A rain sound there almost sounded like the pink noise. But sadly, this video on YouTube despite being almost 12 hours, click through it. Does it look like the fucking light level is changing? It's just a video. It's one of these shitty videos on YouTube. That's just playing on a loop. Might as well just like say, just have a video that's just 1 minute fucking long. Unless you're seriously recording it in real fucking time. There are some videos. I've got no patience for videos that are fucking bullshit, fucking 12-hour fucking long, and they're just on a fucking loop. Well, recording of a video, I suppose, that's in a room. So you got basically an ambient recording. It sounds like the rain with a window slightly open. Otherwise, normally when the windows are closed, you ain't going to notice it unless it's a downpour and it's pretty windy and it's pushing the rain against the window. I'm quite aware of all those type of sounds. But that one on YouTube is shameless. I think I'll probably get something set up, maybe when it rains. But there's no telling when the rain's going to stop. That's the whole point. But just record it as it is. But it just sounds like pink noise when, like I say, listen to pink noise. It's except it's pink noise is doing that, and rain is kind of doing that sort of thing. And then, of course, I suppose if you move the microphone or move something around, and it goes. Oh, what's the fucking video again? Oh, there we go. Oh, should go here. What the hell? Oh, let's have a look at this. Shameless. Oh, shameless. Care about fucking sub bass, bass heavy. What do you mean bass heavy? Is it pressing down really hard? Yeah. I've heard felt bloody bass heavy 35 bloody years ago. There's no difference to it back then than it is today. There's no difference. God's sakes. Love it or hate it.
But just if there's a lot of bass. These are in really no numerical order unless you put them in order. Mine is not in any order at all, but we'll start off and then we'll just take turns. We'll just go around the table here.
There's kind of categories, you know, if you want to be strategic and show a quick scene and get something like that, you know, I would probably go, either Pearl Harbor, the scene where that boat, where the shell comes to the deck in Pearl Harbor, or the Master Commander when the two boats pass by and blast each other. I've had some pretty gnarly experiences with subs on that scene, so I probably have picked Master and Commander for my first one.
And going old school, I believe that's a DTS 5.1 mix, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's good. I mean, there's that one scene at the beginning where I don't know if it's Russell Crowe or not. I haven't seen it in 10 years. Where someone's walking on the top deck. I don't know if it still carries over now, but you can kind of hear the footsteps above your head. I know we're talking about bass, but that's kind of what I really remember. And of course, the cannon fire and all that.
Oh man, the first time that I experienced that, man, this was the first time I've actually felt wind from the ports, like literally blowing on your skin. It was wow.
My first pick is going to be Dune. I have a very vivid memory of a scene. It's pretty early on in the movie. I don't remember the time mark, but it's when they're on the kind of green planet at night and they got the ship that's taking off. But first time I saw that was in the RVH reference theater here, and the infrasonics in that scene are just outstanding. It like felt my pant legs move, and it was like that's some serious low end bass.
Yeah, there's the beginning part where he's like he uses the voice for the first time, and it's like that's just like there's something there. But I have one that I don't know, maybe might make some people unhappy because it's not a 4K Blu-ray or a Planescape movie. It's going to be Ryan Reynolds in The Adam Project. This is if you're a Netflix subscriber, it's readily available. You can watch it. It starts off where he's in a spaceship, he's getting chased by a bad guy. I forgot what song was playing, but there's just a ton of bass in this movie. The grand finale has like this big whirlwind of stuff floating around in the air, just a huge, massive amount of people in the room. It's for a streaming movie in Atmos. It's one of the best ones out there. There's a few other channels if you missed it, so check that out. But that is going to be my number 5, or first line, rather. That's on Netflix. Project. What's your next one, Jason?
I gotta go with Pacific Rim. Opening of that movie, all the way to where that thing kaiju walks through the bridge, and it just kind of like settles out for a second, and then just every fight scene in there is just like, yeah, just heavy, strong, you know.
So I'm gonna go with speaking of needing to turn the bass down, I'm gonna go with Tron Legacy. The first time I ever experienced that movie when I was a kid back then. Yeah, we put that on just normal reference levels, and the bass was just hitting so hard that I was like, I gotta turn that down. And I ended up going down 12 dB just to balance it out with what we were used to. It was pretty heavy. Just all of the music score and that. It's just a phenomenal track. And there's quite a bit of infrasonic energy that I've discovered recently, since I've gotten into infrasonic subs, and just something that I missed back in the day. But it's like everything, even from the part at the beginning when he's running away from the cops, just jumps over the cop car. It was really cool.
Yeah, usually if I, even like last week I put it on too. Like sometimes I'll review a movie and I'm just like, I'm not sure if this movie actually has bass or not, even though I know I have everything level matched. I'm like, are my fourth and fifth pair subs turned on? Let me just throw back in or Tron Legacy to make sure that it sounds like how it's supposed to sound. And it's always I'm thinking around the 42-minute mark where you get that bass drop when he jumps in the air and the cycle opens up. Just that bass drop is just like, and then it's race away. That's just every time I drop that in, a couple times still. And that is the TS 5.1 mix. I believe before Aries comes out, which is his new one, which sounds like it's going to have a rocky soundtrack by 9 Inch Nails. I believe they're coming out in 4K with the Atmos mix on the remaster. My next one is going to be Underwater, starring Kristen Stewart. This is like aliens underwater, and everything in this movie just sounds. Even in 7.1, it sounds awesome, especially if you mix it, I guess, where the walls just blow inside, I guess, where the walls just blow, I guess, where the walls just blow inside, and listen to it in Atmos. Again, him running in full range,
Smash to the thunderous bass, even the shocking mid-bass
breaths seems pretty badass. I'm going to go with Tenet. Tenet is just from the get-go, from Worlds. Yeah, I know I've said it in the past, but I blew out my first SPS cylinder. Best as you can get. I was like,
the sonic cannons, seeing that one always hits hard, low. And if you can't tell, you're a theme going on. I love it for sonics. Anything below 20 hertz where you just feel it rather than hear it, it's a good time.
This is another one that I think is a killer mix. You guys gotta watch it. I know some of you guys probably haven't seen it.
A lot of action, pretty
below 20. There's it'll just completely die, and there's this empty spot. It's like there's content down there. Because I hear it all the time.
Yeah.
So and it just I think it's 10 hertz or so.
Yes, on digital or on the landscape. The question is, you guys, what is on your top 5 list that you demo your home theaters with?
I couldn't fucking care less about fucking low frequency on the LFE in my fucking home cinema anymore. Couldn't care less. God, what a load of rubbish this is. Fucking. What a load of rubbish.
Today, that's SPS and how good or bad you text 1970 watched aspect ratio. It's got a 4. Just cut. Aspect ratio is what it does in which sound, which mental simple. I don't recall hearing anything really this could happen, well, except for something like music.
There's a few shootouts in the movie, but most of it does stay up front. Gunshots sound dated, but there is some light instincts in your scenes. Oddly, there's a deep low-frequency rumble that stays on for the entire scene with Riggs and Murtaugh hanging out on the boat at around the 24-minute mark. I don't know what the point was having this much bass, but it's probably a strong use of subwoofers in the movie. There is one explosion, but the older movie, Lethal Weapon, looks like it's a newer able to take out the individual threat count. You'll even be able to take out the individual threat count shirts and jackets. It's got a very fine layer of grain that's individual threat count shirts and jackets. It's got a very fine layer of grain that's always present, which gives
What is fucking wrong with that picture? It's out in the fucking daylight, out in the fucking middle of the desert, and it looks like he's got a it looks like watching a dying xenon lamp. What is wrong with that shit there? There's hardly any light on it. Where's the fucking DVD for this fucking movie? It's in my room. Let me go and grab that DVD. I just looked at that. I've got that fucking image in my fucking mind. I don't need to fucking look at that. I can grab the DVD. Because that 4K looks like shit. Smooth there, whatever. I hope it's not fucked up. I played that in a few years. I haven't played it in maybe 8 years or so. Maybe 9 years. Oh yeah, I've got to switch the same format to the what's it? To number 9. So let's choose it. That one off. I think I'll use the optical output. right. Go to that scene. I think it's I think it was that roundabout there, yeah. That's got more bloody light on it, for crying out loud. What is that shill? Shane Lee. Has he got dirt in his eyes or something? Is he colourblind or something? Because really, can you take any review that fucking hell? This is more definitive. It's got bloody light on it, for crying out. It doesn't look like a dying xenon lamp. Crying out loud. Bloody hell, look at this Shane Lee crap. Seriously. What the fuck is the remote? Doesn't have to be specifically that. It's the whole fucking scene, but fucking hell. Look at that. What the fuck? Fucking 4K is a load of shit. It looks like you're watching a dying fucking xenon lamp. There's no fucking detail. It's out in the fucking desert, for Christ's sake. You'd have uniform light all over you. Fucking Shane Lee. Stop watching crap and doing crappy reviews on YouTube, please. It's embarrassing. Look, this bloody scene now. Bloody hell! What the? You know, I don't have to turn up the contrast or the brightness on the bloody. You know, it's unnecessary. Look at this crap. It's bloody dark. I think that's about. Oh, probably maybe about chapter 5. Maybe chapter 7. Oh, what we got here in Lethal Weapon? We've got Pepsi being advertised. Pepsi is being advertised. Oh, I should have known. I should have known. Anyway, I don't need to look at any more fucking hell. That fucking 4K is fucking atrocious. I bet the Atmos is bullshitting upnicks, not necessary. Oh dear, I'll just play these. I'll just play this shit on theatrical motion picture fucking JBL speakers. I don't need some crap bullshitter on YouTube with their slow talk, nothing but bullshit.
Served together in 1965, but
Hey, what did he mean when he said you owed him?
we served together in 1965, but the Drain Valley saved my life. Took a bayonet in the lungs. Oh, I must like him. Yeah, I thought so. What? You want me to drive?
Bloody Pepsi Cola, for crying out loud. Oh, what's that advertised? Oh, hang on. Is that a cinema specific in Hollywood? They got the Lost Boys in the background. The Lost Boys, yeah.
And you owed him.
Oh, but hey, not just Pepsi here being advertised. You got Perrier up there being advertised, and I suppose those hot dogs as well. Everyone needs a hot dog down, you know, because they watch this scene in the movie and think, "Fucking hell, I feel hungry, I feel thirsty." You got to run down to the foyer. You missed the action. You missed the action. Look at that tomato ketchup. Fucking hell, this is brilliant on DVD. Fucking hell, look at it. It's like watching it at the cinema. It's got light on it. It's like there's a 2 kilowatt xenon lamp. But that 4K, fucking hell, it looked like it just had about 10 watts of fucking light left on the fucking xenon. It's fucking dying.
You owed him.
We served together in 1965. Saved my life. Took a bayonet in the lungs.
Well, that was like him.
Yeah, I thought so. You want me to drive? You're supposed to be suicidal. Remember, I'll drive. You're supposed to be suicidal. Remember, I'll drive. Just get in the car.
Is suicidal.
All units 7821, possible jumpers, corner center line.
50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me, not a scar. Got a wife, kids, house, fishing boat. All I can buy, because my new partner has a death wish. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old.
God, look at that fucking duck, you know, that is atrocious. That is atrocious. Bloody hell. Get that duck. Get your glasses seen to, because obviously you're watching crap on that kaleidoscope and crap on 4K discs. Oh my God. Oh dear, Warner Brothers. Shame on you. Shame on you, Warner Brothers.
What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me, not a scar. Got a wife, kids, house, fishing boat. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me, not a scar. Got a wife, kids, house, fishing boat. All I can buy, because my new partner has a death wish. 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me, not a scar. Got a wife, kids, house, fishing boat. All I can buy. 50 years old. What a birthday. I gave him 50 years old. Been on the force 20 years, and not a scratch on me, not a scar. Got a wife, kids, house, fishing boat. All I can buy, because my new partner has a death wish. Fucking life is over. Just shut up, yeah?
See, I might as well take an ordinary DVD and just, even though I can tell it's a little bit on the slight bright side, but that's not a problem, Houston. I'll just go into the Panasonic and just manipulate some of these colours and manipulate the luminance adjustments and such until I get a kind of a tone that kind of looks, yeah, okayish. But I don't think you're going to be able to get shit out of that 4K because it looks hopeless. You know, that 4K is just totally wrecked. And they're only selling it, and like I say, they're only selling it because it's got a crappy Atmos. It's like people on that stupid Blu-ray.com. Oh, I won't buy that movie if it ain't got Atmos on it. They don't understand the process of mixing. And I think the Atmos mix on it will probably be absolutely atrocious sounding. Pointless, waste of fucking time. Most people haven't got proper motion picture JBL speakers in their home, and they think they're going to making their home theatre sound witty and entertaining just because they got some shitty Atmos and some shitty overrated bloody speakers that cost fucking more than what I paid. Less is more. I want those fucking JBLs behind the screen to sound like the fucking dog's bollocks, not a problem. But they'll only go up to a certain limit because they're only a small 15 driver. They're not like the other ones where they got dual 15s, or then you add another stack of, you know, proper array usually is about 20 15 bass drivers behind the screen. That's just a stage channel. Then you got the HF horns. Yeah.
50 years old. What a birthday. Goddamn, 50 years old. 50 years old. What a birthday.
Yeah, it looks okay. Might be a little bit standard definition, but I don't give a shit. I don't care for fucking 4K. I care for fucking what? The brightness, the clarity. I don't give a shit about high fucking resolution. Because most of you, with your home theaters, you're not that clever. You're not that fucking clever. Hey. Yeah. Yeah, you're not that clever. You know, there should be grain, but they have used a little bit of digital noise reduction on this transfer here. There should be grain. Because the image, don't forget, is enlarged. It's not that tiny or so like it is on a 35mm on a cell. Fucking tiny. But when you look at them, you know, you think, oh yeah, oh look at that pure color, blah blah blah. Look at that, wow. Under normal, under some light, yeah. You want to zoom in closer, you get magnifying and such.